Chapter 751. Bang! This attack landed on Lin Feng's body, sending Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng felt his blood boil and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. If it was anyone else receiving this palm attack, he would definitely die. In other words, Lin Feng, cultivating the ancient dragonesque elephant art, allowed one's body to surpass that of a fiend god of the same level. He actually didn't die. The cultivator who attacked had a look of surprise on his face. "You're courting death." Lin Feng roared and suddenly exploded, shrinking the ground into an inch. He instantly rushed in front of this person. Then he struck out with his palm. The cultivator's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect Lin Feng's speed to be so fast. At this moment, facing Lin Feng's attack, it was already too late for him to use any powerful methods to block it. He had enough time to place his hands horizontally in front of him. He used the iron lock across the river. Bang! Next, Lin Feng's attack ruthlessly struck the cultivator's arm. The cultivator was sent flying backward. His face was deathly pale. Crack! Crack! His arm broke. Lin Feng entered the world of the 15th level of the Heaven Stairway. He didn't stop and charged towards the injured cultivator. "Brat, let's see if you dare." Not far away, there were more than a dozen cultivators. It was obvious that these people were in cahoots. These people immediately shouted coldly, with a strong sense of threat. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Lin Feng sneered, and instantly slashed out with a heaven-splitting slash. A dazzling saber light condensed. It charged towards that cultivator. No, that cultivator let out a terrified cry. Puff! But in the next moment, his body was torn into two halves. "You actually dare to kill someone from my Fire Cloud Island. No one in the world can save your life." A blue-clothed cultivator shouted coldly. This person should have the highest status among this group of people. Fire Cloud Island? So it's the Fire Cloud Island of the East Sea World's 3 saints and 4 immortals? Lin Feng coldly glanced at these people. The 3 immortals and 4 islands were the 7 most terrifying forces in the Eastern Sea world apart from the Sea Clan. Lin Feng had naturally heard of the famous Fire Cloud Island. This was an evil force. It was extremely evil. He killed without batting an eyelid. Obviously, Lin Feng guessed that a treasure must have appeared in the world of the 15th step of the Celestial Stairway, so these people wanted to monopolize the treasure. Then, these people saw that he was about to come up. A sudden sneak attack had killed him. In this way, then, he could take these treasures for himself. "Little brat, kill yourself. If we attack you, you'll die even more miserably." The blue-clothed cultivator sneered. "A bunch of reckless fools." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he charged into the crowd. So what if they had more people? So what if there were many experts? Someone came to kill. Buddha shall slay Buddha. Ghosts come to destroy ghosts. Demons came to slay demons. Whoever stood in his way would die. Attack together and kill him. The blue-clothed cultivator was called Hong Mingxian, and he shouted coldly. Swish! Swish! Immediately, more than a dozen experts surrounded Lin Feng. These people, they were all in the Yin-Yang realm. Clearly, this was the elite force of Fire Cloud Island. They went out to do missions together. There were so many experts gathered together. Do any mission. They were all very handy. Die, brat! The cultivators of Fire Cloud Island were all grinning ferociously as they charged towards Lin Feng with various treasures in their hands. Flying swords crisscrossed. Magic treasures shot out. In the face of these attacks, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He took out the bronze mirror. Lin Feng directly activated the bronze mirror. Swish, 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 rays of bronze light swept out. Those bronze rays of light bombarded the magic treasure that was heading towards Lin Feng. Crack, crack. Immediately after, one by one, the magic treasures were shattered. The bronze mirror was indeed a bronze artifact. It was too powerful. Under the attack of the bronze treasures, more than 10 magical treasures were destroyed in an instant. Bronze. Seeing the bronze item in Lin Feng's hands, Lan Mingxian and the other's eyes immediately burst with greed. Bronze artifacts were worth it for them to fight for. Sacrifice your martial spirit to kill him, Lan Mingxian coldly shouted. Next, these cultivators of Firecloud Island all summoned their martial spirits. The roar of a beast shook the heavens. This was the summoning of a beast martial spirit. Black mist surged. This was a dark martial spirit. The divine weapon trembled. This was a tool martial spirit. All sorts of martial spirits were activated. Under Lan Mingxuan's lead, more than a dozen cultivators of Firecloud Island scattered in all directions and surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Facing the attacks of Lan Mingxian and the others, he still activated the bronze mirror. Rays of light shot out from the bronze mirror. The power of the bronze mirror was completely displayed. The green light pierced through the martial spirits of the cultivators of Firecloud Island. Then, the green light continued to shoot towards the cultivators of Firecloud Island. The expressions of the cultivators of Firecloud Island changed drastically. They did not expect the power of the bronze mirror to be so powerful. These people dodged in a sorry state. But it was already too late to dodge the attack of the green light. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of flesh being pierced through could be heard. The cultivators of Firecloud Island were killed one after another. Spare me, Lan Mingxian begged with a pale face. However, Lin Feng's expression was cold. He had no intention of sparing this person. The bronze mirror once again shot out a green light and killed Lan Mingxian. Those are cultivators of Firecloud Island, right? More than a dozen Yin-Yang realm experts were killed. In the distance, more and more cultivators arrived at the 15th level of the Stairway of Heaven. When they saw Lan Mingxian and the others being killed, their faces turned pale. Lin Feng took away the storage rings of Lan Mingxian and the others and quickly flew in the direction of the energy fluctuations. The others wanted to go over, but they knew that Lin Feng was so terrifying. Wouldn't it be courting death to compete with Lin Feng for the treasure? Therefore, those cultivators changed their direction and flew in another direction. After flying for about half an hour, Lin Feng saw an immortal tree in a canyon. This immortal tree was surrounded by immortal light and had more than a dozen scarlet fruits growing on it. A large amount of essence energy spewed out from the fruits. The essence energy overflowed into the air. All the pores on his body opened up and crazily absorbed the essence energy in the air. A natural treasure, essence fruit. Lin Feng was shocked. It was actually such a treasure. Essence fruits could provide a cultivator with a large amount of energy. It was said that even the effects of supreme-grade spirit stones were far from being able to compare to an essence fruit. Lin Feng quickly put away the dozen or so essence fruits. Just as he was about to leave, 3 streaks of light flew over from the distance and landed. They were 3 young cultivators, 2 men and 1 woman. All of them looked arrogant and insufferably arrogant. It's actually an essence fruit. One of the male cultivators was extremely shocked. The other person looked at Lin Feng. He looked down at Lin Feng and said disdainfully, "You took the essence fruit? Hand it over now." Lin Feng said indifferently, "Why should I hand it over?" Chapter 752. Look, it's Zhang Xia, Qi Lian, and Xue Ziyu from the Water Moon Cave. The brat who obtained the origin essence fruit seems to be only a martial king. He actually dares to not hand over the origin essence fruit. I'm afraid only death awaits him. More and more cultivators arrived. These people recognized the cultivators surrounding Lin Feng. Those 3 people. Their origins were not simple. The Water Moon Cave was an ancient force of the Water God realm. The Water God realm could be ranked in the top 100 among the 3,000 prefectures of the Sky Martial University. As one of the 2 ancient forces of the Water God realm, the Water Moon Cave was high above and incomparably powerful. Lin Feng's expression suddenly darkened. He coldly looked at the cultivator called Xue Ziyu from the Water Moon Cave. Those who dare to speak to me like this are already dead. Break one of your arms, and I'll spare your dog life. The surroundings. Instantly, there was complete silence. Many people had incomparably astonished expressions. Was there something wrong with this brat's head? Could it be that he was scared silly? He actually dared to ask Xue Ziyu to break his own arm? These cultivators were all cultivators who came later. They did not see the scene of Lin Feng killing Fire Cloud Island's Lan Mingxian and the others. Or else. They definitely wouldn't think so. Many people looked at Lin Feng with pity in the eyes of these cultivators. Before Lin Feng said something like asking Xue Ziyu to break his own arm, if Lin Feng handed over the origin essence fruit, then he would kowtow to Xue Ziyu and the other 2 and beg for mercy. He might even be able to live. But now, Lin Feng was definitely going to die. Good. I actually met such an ignorant person. Xue Ziyu's expression was indifferent. His eyes were filled with killing intent. A martial king cultivator actually dared to ask him to cripple his own arm. Was he looking down on him? Brat, I will break every bone in your body inch by inch. Xue Ziyu laughed sinisterly. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step. This was the world of cultivators. The strong preyed on the weak, killing people for treasures. It was a very normal thing. The world of cultivators. Of course, there were some people with principles who wouldn't do something like killing people for treasures. However, there were even more people like Xue Ziyu. Xue Ziyu is going to attack. That brat is going to be unlucky. All the bones in his body are being crushed inch by inch. This is too miserable. It's worse than death. Many people began to discuss. Everybody knew that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to escape. Xue Ziyu quickly arrived at Lin Feng's location and struck out with his palm. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He moved slightly to the left and dodged Xue Ziyu's attack. How is this possible? Xue Ziyu's eyes widened in disbelief. He was at the 2nd level of Yin Yang realm. This kid is only a martial king cultivator. How could he possibly dodge his attack? The spectating cultivators were also stunned and confused. They all had shocked expressions on their faces. Sensing that something was wrong, Xue Ziyu was about to retreat. But it was too late. Crack! His neck was grabbed by Lin Feng. Then, Lin Feng lifted Xue Ziyu up. Xue Ziyu's face was flushed red, and his magic power was scattered. He kept struggling. Brat, let go of junior brother, Xue Ziyu. Brat, you dare to grab junior brother Xue Ziyu. Do you want to die? Seeing Xue Ziyu being grabbed by Lin Feng, Zhang Xia and Qi Lian immediately shouted coldly. Xue Ziyu also roared, Brat, I'm a core disciple of the Water Moon Cave. Hurry up and let me go. Do you want to become enemies with the Water Moon Cave? Xue Ziyu wanted to use the Water Moon Cave to threaten Lin Feng. Crack! But in the next moment, everyone heard the sound of a neck being broken. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in shock. He actually broke Xue Ziyu's neck. How dare he? How dare he? Before Xue Ziyu died, his eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe that the brat in front of him had actually killed him. Moreover, he didn't even say a word. Just like that, he broke his neck. Bang! Lin Feng threw Xue Ziyu's corpse on the ground. If you want to kill someone and steal their treasures, you have to be aware that you will be killed. After failing to kill someone and steal their treasures, using the sect behind you to threaten others is a retarded act. Hatred has already been formed, so why would I let you off just because of a few words? Lin Feng looked at Xue Ziyu's corpse with contempt. Brat, you actually killed junior brother Xue Ziyu. You deserve to die. Qi Lian's face revealed a dense killing intent. Senior brother Qi Lian, let's join hands and kill him, Zhang Xia said. Boom. As soon as Zhang Xia finished speaking, Qi and Qi Lian directly attacked. Water dragon, giant python. The two of them used the Water Moon Cave's powerful inherited secret technique. Qi Lian condensed a giant dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Zhang Xia condensed a giant python. One dragon and one python. One left and one right. They attacked Lin Feng. Good guy, this is the Water Moon Cave's ultimate combined attack book. It's called the Dragon Snake Combined Attack. It requires a man and a woman to work together. Once the Dragon Snake Combined Attack is used, the power of the attack will be far greater than one's own power. The little boy who broke Xue Ziyu's neck must have been hiding his cultivation level and caught Xue Ziyu off guard. That's why Xue Ziyu died, so tragically. But if he wants to defeat Zhang Xia and Qi Lian's Dragon Snake combination attack, it'll be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even if a cultivator of the 5th layer of Yin Yang came, they wouldn't be able to defeat the Dragon Snake combination attack. That's right. It looks like this battle is about to end. That brat is going to be killed by Zhang Xia and Qi Lian. However, he managed to drag Xue Ziyu down with him, so he didn't die in vain. Many people were pointing and discussing. No one thought that Lin Feng would be able to resist Zhang Xia and Qi Lian's Dragon Snake combined attack. At that moment, the Dragon Snake combined attack had already arrived. Lin Feng was about to be killed by the Dragon Snake combined attack. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out from Lin Feng's body. Fighting intent. This was a sudden burst of fighting intent. The fighting intent was like a sword. Slash. Puff. Puff. Dragon Snake. They were all killed. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Zhang Xia and Qi Lian saw this scene. They were almost scared to death. Their Dragon Snake combined attack. Even if they were to fight against a cultivator at the 5th layer of the Yin Yang realm, they were confident that they wouldn't lose. However, now it was broken in an instant. The two of them were scared out of their wits. They turned around and wanted to escape. But Lin Feng didn't give them the chance to escape. He quickly rushed in front of the two of them. His left hand grabbed Zhang Xia's neck. His right hand grabbed Qi Lian's neck. Lin Feng lifted the two of them up. The two of them looked at Lin Feng in fear. "We were wrong. Please spare us." Qi Lian begged. Only now did he realize that the small fry that he looked down on and thought that he could need at will was actually so powerful. If he knew that he was so terrifying, he wouldn't have provoked this killing god. Qi Lian's heart was filled with endless regret. But in this world, there was no medicine for regret. "I'm willing to give up my virginity. I'm willing to serve you. You can play with me however you want. Please spare my life." Zhang Xia begged. His original pride had long since vanished, and what remained was only fear. Crack, crack. But in the next moment, their necks were broken by Lin Feng. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. Those who kill others will be killed by others. His expression was indifferent. After leaving behind these words, he rushed into the distance and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Oh, my God, who is that brat? Isn't he too powerful?" That's right, crushing an Yin-Yang realm cultivator is as easy as crushing an ant. He looks to be around 20 years old. What a monster. On the spot, a group of cultivators was left discussing. Everyone was guessing who Lin Feng was. Chapter 753. Lin Feng walked all the way up the stairway to heaven. When he arrived at the 27th step of the stairway world, Lin Feng could no longer go up. This place was his limit. If he forced himself to go up, Lin Feng was worried that his body would be destroyed by the powerful pressure from the stairway world. Lin Feng sent a sound transmission to the Demon Lord. "Demon Lord, I have reached my limit. I can't continue." The Demon Lord nodded and said, "I will send a strand of demon essence into your body. This strand of demon essence can protect your body. For 10 days, you will not be harmed." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng felt it. A tyrannical energy surged into his body. That energy, it fused into his limbs and bones. Lin Feng felt that the power exerted on his body by the stairway world instantly disappeared, without a trace. This Demon Lord's methods are indeed not simple. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. In his heart, he was even more fearful of the Demon Lord. Lin Feng didn't stop and continued to walk up. 3 days later, Lin Feng arrived at the 33rd step of the stairway world. He saw that some cultivators had also arrived at the 33rd step of the stairway world by relying on powerful magic treasures. Obviously, those cultivators must be from a top force. They had supreme treasures in their hands. Lin Feng also entered the world of the 33rd step of the stairway world. This was a huge world. After entering, Lin Feng found that the true essence in his body seemed to have disappeared. This was the forbidden space. Once a cultivator entered the forbidden space, their magic power would be reduced. Moreover, they would not be able to communicate with magic treasures. To set up a forbidden space, one needed to know how to set up a forbidden space. And the forbidden array was rumored to have been lost in ancient times. So, the forbidden space was set up before ancient times. Lin Feng tried to contact the Demon Lord, but he couldn't do it. Sure enough, it was just as the Demon Lord had said. When he arrived at the world of the 33rd step of the stairway world, the Demon Lord would be suppressed by the laws here. He couldn't send out any more divine consciousness waves. Lin Feng headed deeper into the forbidden space. He wanted to find the heavenly demonic stone mentioned by the Demon Lord. According to the Demon Lord, the heavenly demonic stone should have been placed in the deepest part of the forbidden space. Is that a tree? When Lin Feng arrived at the depths of the forbidden space, he was dumbfounded as he stared at a large tree in the depths. The tree was as thick as a mountain. The branches extended out, covering 100 miles. It was simply too huge. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a huge tree. What tree is this? Lin Feng was shocked. Lin Feng quickly walked towards the depths. Finally, Lin Feng arrived at the deepest location. There were more than 40 cultivators gathered here. The most eye-catching ones were naturally the 9 great experts: Empress, Great Void Path, Jin Yuanlai, Tianshan Granny, Awakening. In addition to these 5 people, there were 4 other experts who had appeared later: Demon Dao expert Chui Zia, the Corrupt Paths expert Nangong Mo, Wandering Cultivator by Yuga, and the Great Qin Empire's imperial uncle Ing Yutian. These were the 9 great experts. Their cultivation was heaven-defying, and they had a great understanding of nature. These 9 people, they were scattered all around. They looked towards the depths of the forbidden space, and from time to time, They would look at the cultivators who had arrived one after another. The cultivators who had relied on magic treasures to come here also had extraordinary backgrounds. Of course, their strength couldn't be compared to the 9 great experts. In the depths, there was a huge stone door on the trunk of an ancient tree that was as huge as a mountain. That stone door, it seemed to lead to the interior of the tree. But now, the stone door was closed. Logically speaking, the 9 great experts should have been here for a while, but they haven't been able to open the stone door and are still wandering around outside. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. At this time, Demon Dao expert Chui Zia said, sinisterly, "So much time has passed. Those who should have come up should have already come up." "Then let's do it." The other 8 great experts nodded and quickly spread out, surrounding everyone. Seeing the 9 great experts surrounding everyone, everyone's expression abruptly changed. A middle-aged cultivator said, "What do you want to do, my lords?" Everyone had a cautious and alert expression on their faces, because these great experts had unfriendly gazes. Is there a need to ask? It's obvious that they want our lives. Lin Feng said. Many people's expressions suddenly changed. "Brat, you're quite clear." Chui Zia glanced at Lin Feng and sneered. Hearing Chui Zia's words, everyone's heart sank. Chui Zia's words confirmed Lin Feng's words. These people, they wanted their lives. A cultivator asked, "We don't have any enmity? Why do you want to kill us?" Nangong, Mo sneered and said, "Kill you to make a sacrifice and open the stone door. We are from an ancient faction. If you kill us, aren't you afraid of offending the faction behind us?" A cultivator said with an ugly expression. He wanted to use the prestige of the ancient faction behind him to intimidate the 9 great experts. "Killing all of you? Aren't you afraid that the news will leak?" The imperial uncle of the great Qin Empire, Ing Yuqian, said coldly. Granny Tianshan said indifferently, "So what if the news is leaked? Could it be that the faction behind you will fight us to the death for the sake of the dead?" Granny Tianshan's words were very hurtful, but it was the truth. The 9 of them were all figures that could shock the world and make ghosts and gods cry. Ordinary ancient factions would not provoke people like them. Even if they knew that someone from their own faction had been killed, they would definitely not make a big fuss over the dead. "Let's go," a cultivator shouted in a deep voice and rushed outside. If they didn't leave now, there was no doubt. Everyone rushed outside. No one dared to stay. However, even if they wanted to leave now, they couldn't. Although the 9 great experts had their magic powers sealed, their physical bodies were too strong. Any one of them could kill a true dragon with their physical bodies. Swish, swish, the 9 great experts attacked as fast as lightning. Puff, puff, the sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. Cultivators were killed one by one. In the outside world, these cultivators who were beheaded were all experts whose names shook the entire region. But here, they couldn't fight back at all. Even if a creation realm cultivator came under the siege of the 9 great experts, he was afraid that only death awaited him. "I curse you to die 10 times more miserably than us in the future." Some cultivators cursed bitterly when they saw that they couldn't escape. Pooh! Soon, the cultivator who cursed the 9 great experts was also killed. Under the attacks of the 9 great experts, no one could escape. At most, they would be killed after 4 or 5 moves. "Kid die." The demonic expert Chui Zia sneered. His physical body moved. In the void, only an afterimage could be seen flashing. Chui Zia instantly appeared in front of Lin Feng and grabbed at Lin Feng with both hands. Chui Zia was very cruel when he killed, tearing his opponent in half. Obviously, Chapter 754. This Chui Zia was indeed worthy of being an existence at the level of an expert. With just his physical body alone, his speed was actually like an afterimage. From this, one could see how fast he was. However, Lin Feng was even faster. Lin Feng, who had the avatar of the golden-winged great rock king, could be said to be heaven-defying. What kind of existence was the golden-winged great rock? Its wings spanned 3,000 miles. Its wings flapped 80,000 miles. Lin Feng shrunk the ground into an inch and was able to cross a few hundred meters in an instant when Chuizia grabbed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng had already taken a step to the left. Swish! An afterimage flashed. Lin Feng was a few hundred meters away from the left. Chuizia grabbed nothing. Chuizia was stunned. The other 8 experts were stunned as well. No one had expected this. There was actually a guy with such fast speed here. It's this kid. The Empress narrowed her beautiful phoenix eyes and looked at Lin Feng. She naturally had a deep impression of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was the first man in so many years who dared to stare at her with such impudent eyes. Moreover, he had not been charmed by her. Puff, 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 the 8 experts attacked. Very quickly, other than Lin Feng, all the experts were killed. Then they surrounded Lin Feng. You want to surround me? How shameless! Lin Feng curled his lips. The corners of the 9 experts' mouths twitched violently. They were existences, high and mighty, the strength of the Tianwu continent. Now, they were actually called shameless by Lin Feng. All of them were naturally furious. The Great Void sect sneered and said, "To deal with a small character like you need the 9 of us to surround you? You think too highly of yourself. Since you're not surrounding me, why are you surrounding me? You're lying through your teeth, and you still say that you're not shameless." Lin Feng muttered. The Great Void sect's face was about to contort from anger. He said coldly, "Can't we watch the show?" The rest of the powerhouses also looked at Lin Feng with cold gazes, all of them suppressing the anger in their hearts. The Great Void sect's voice was cold. "Who did it? If no one makes a move, I'll kill him myself." Clearly, he did not place Lin Feng in his eyes. It could be heard from his tone. Kill Lin Feng. It was as simple as crushing an ant. "I'll kill him," Chuizia said in a deep voice, his eyes flickering with dense killing intent. Just now, he wanted to tear Lin Feng in half. But he failed. An attack from an expert of his level. It had actually been dodged by an ant-like character. This was naturally something that Chuizia found hard to accept. Chuizia's gaze was gloomy and terrifying. The others naturally knew that Chuizia was holding back a ball of anger. Therefore, they all nodded. After that, the strong cultivators looked at Lin Feng indifferently. In their opinion, today, Lin Feng would not be able to escape even if he had wings. Lin Feng said indifferently, "I'm afraid you're no match for me alone. A few more of you can come at me together." "Brat, are you courting death?" Those powerhouses looked at Lin Feng angrily. Their faces were ashen with anger. Experts of their level, no matter where they went. They were all high and mighty. They were looked up to by the world. Who dared to be impudent to them? But today, an ant at the Martial King realm, one after another, he mocked and ridiculed them. Even these powerhouses could not help but be angry. "I'm telling the truth. He's really no match for me alone. I'm telling the truth, but you don't believe me. It really hurts me." Lin Feng said seriously. The corners of Chuizia's mouth twitched violently, and his hands trembled violently. He was angry. Chuizia even forgot when was the last time he was so angry. Chuizia looked fiercely at Lin Feng and said coldly, "Brat, do you know the price you have to pay for angering me?" Lin Feng said indifferently, "Tell me." I will let you experience all kinds of tortures that will make you wish you were dead. And then I will kill you." As soon as Chui Zia finished speaking, he stepped towards Lin Feng. Boom! Like a mountain, he swept across the world. A terrifying power suddenly exploded. Powerhouses at their level could kill a true dragon with their physical bodies. It was obvious. How strong were their physical bodies? Chui Zia rushed in front of Lin Feng and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Whoosh! Lin Feng's figure flashed and retreated 100 meters. Chui Zia's attack missed. Too slow. Lin Feng looked at Chui Zia contemptuously. "Damn it!" Chui Zia roared, extremely sullen. He couldn't even touch the body of a martial king cultivator. How could a martial king kid be faster than him? Chui Zia couldn't believe it. How can this guy be so fast? The other strong cultivators were also staring at Lin Feng, dumbstruck. They were all puzzled. Humph, what a pretentious guy. The Empress couldn't help but snort. However, her beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, revealing a strange look from time to time. Chui Zia attacked 9 times in a row, but he couldn't touch Lin Feng. In a rage, Chui Zia uprooted a 3,000-meter-tall mountain in the distance. He hugged the mountain and threw it at Lin Feng. "Let's see how you'll die this time." Chui Zia sneered, as if he could already see Lin Feng being smashed into a pulp. "Break!" Lin Feng shouted coldly in the face of the falling mountain. He waved his right fist and threw a punch. Bang! The mountain collapsed. At this moment, Chui Zia leaped up and instantly appeared in front of Lin Feng, throwing a punch at Lin Feng. Chui Zia was really powerful. When he threw a punch, the wind from his punch swept through the world. It was like 10,000 swords piercing through the sky. The surrounding trees and rocks were torn to pieces by the wind from his punch. "Kid, you can't avoid it this time." That terrifying punch came crashing down. Lin Feng was targeted by Chui Zia. That kid has been targeted by Chui Zia. He can't avoid it in time. He'll definitely die. Seeing this scene, the other paragons sneered. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and sneered. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng threw a punch at Chui Zia. Clang! A muffled sound of collision was heard. Chui Zia and Lin Feng fiercely collided. Both of them took 3 steps back at the same time. How is this possible? Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost, an ant of the martial king realm. He didn't lose to an expert like Chui Zia in terms of physical strength. This was simply too unbelievable. Chui Zia also had an expression of disbelief. Before Chui Zia could recover from the shock, Lin Feng had already rushed in front of him. Left hook. A faint voice was heard. These powerhouses saw Lin Feng throw a punch at Chui Zia. Fast. This punch was too fast. It was so fast that Chui Zia couldn't dodge it in time. Bang! A muffled sound of collision was heard. Chui Zia was hit in the face by Lin Feng's left hook. He was sent flying by the punch. His body moved dozens of meters away. Seeing this scene, the powerhouses of the 8 powerhouses felt like they were going crazy. Chui Zia was actually sent flying by a punch from a martial king realm ant. This was something that he didn't even dare to dream about. But now, it actually happened in front of their eyes. That guy, what kind of freak is he? Martial king realm cultivation? His speed and physical strength are so terrifying. He can actually crush Chui Zia. Doesn't that mean he can also crush everyone here? Chapter 755. Chui Zia was mad with hatred. He could not help but roar. He, an existence who had surpassed the creation realm. But now, he had been sent flying by a martial king brat's punch. It was a great humiliation. This was simply a great humiliation. Chui Zia had the urge to cut Lin Feng into 1,000 pieces. "Brat, I want you dead." Zia roared and charged forward again. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? I have a way to kill you here. Then let's see who will be the one to kill who. Zia's voice was cold. Zia was an ancient powerhouse. Naturally, he had some terrifying means. Both of you, please stop. At that moment, Granny Tianshan suddenly spoke. What? Granny Tianshan, are you going to stop me from killing this brat? Zia looked at Granny Tianshan gloomily. Granny Tianshan laughed strangely and said, the outcome of this battle is hard to predict, so I think we should open the stone door first. After the stone door is opened, we can settle our personal grudges. What do you think? Zia's expression was gloomy. He was also weighing the pros and cons. As for Lin Feng, Zia realized that he could not see through this brat. His cultivation level was so low. Why was his speed so fast? Why was his physical body so strong? There were too many strange things about Lin Feng. Although he was confident in his hidden means, it was hard to guarantee that Lin Feng did not have any hidden means. If they really fought, the outcome was uncertain. If both sides were injured, it would be easy for others. Zia glanced at the other 8 experts. There was no good person at all. If he left the world of the 33 steps of heaven, his dermic powers would recover. Zia believed killing Lin Feng would be as easy as killing an ant. When he thought of this, Zia decided to temporarily suppress the anger and killing intent in his heart. He said, today, I will temporarily give fellow Taoist Tianshan some face, and let this brat go. Zia also found an excuse for himself. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. This was also the outcome he wanted to see. It was not worth it to fight Zia to the death here. Zia was an ancient powerhouse. Such a figure. They weren't easy to kill. Even though Zia had lost all his powers, killing him was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Fellow Taoist since you're so righteous, let's open the stone door. Granny of Tianshan said. Everyone nodded. Everyone's gazes involuntarily swept over Lin Feng. Many people gave him meaningful looks. In their opinion, even though Lin Feng had displayed extraordinary battle prowess in the world of the 33 steps of heaven, Lin Feng still couldn't defeat him. However, once Lin Feng reached the world of the 33 steps of Sky Stairway, they recovered their magic power. At that time, Lin Feng would be as weak as an ant. No matter how many treasures Lin Feng obtained, they would inevitably be taken away by them in the end. Furthermore, these ancient giants all had their eyes on Lin Feng. Martial King Realm, such a terrifying speed, such a powerful physical body. Just how many secrets was she hiding? Think about it. Both of them made people feel excited. Lin Feng sneered in his heart. He naturally knew that Zia wasn't the only one who had their eyes on him. Many ancient giants had their eyes on him. But so what? After leaving the world of the 33 steps of heaven, he would be able to contact the demon lord. When the time came, wouldn't it be easy to escape? Granny of Tianshan began to prepare for the sacrifice. It had to be said that Granny of Tianshan was truly powerful. It was very likely that she was a saint-level spirit array master, and she also knew the ancient sacrificial technique. Everyone stood at the side and watched Granny of Tianshan draw the array patterns and set up the altar. The Empress glanced at Lin Feng and said with a smile, "Little brother, are you interested in becoming a sailor on my boat of the gods? I can protect you when you leave." Lin Feng glanced at the Empress's sexy body, smiled, and said, "I'm not interested in being a sailor, but if you want a man, I don't mind becoming your man." He. Do you think I'm beautiful? The Empress laughed coquettishly and winked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly turned his head away from the Empress. He knew how terrifying the Empress was. Her every move was bewitching. It wasn't easy for him to resist the Empress's charm. If the Empress used some more charm, he might fall for it. Am I not beautiful? Little brother, why don't you dare to look at me? Is it because you're afraid of me? The Empress's seductive voice traveled to Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng suddenly felt his head become muddled. His whole body trembled. Charm me? Just wait. I'll make you my woman sooner or later. Lin Feng's evil eyes swept across the Empress's seductive body. Then he walked away, trying to get as far away from the Empress as possible. At present, he still couldn't resist the Empress's charm. It's quite interesting. The Empress covered her face and smiled. She looked at Lin Feng with a charming expression. Holy Spirit, we've prepared delicious food for you. Please eat it and open the stone door for us, said the Holy Spirit. Granny Tianshan prayed, sincerely in a primordial language. Although they didn't understand what Granny Tianshan was saying, everyone knew that Granny Tianshan was making a sacrifice. When the sound of the sacrifice faded away, everyone saw the blood of the dead cultivators instantly disappear. The corpses quickly turned into dried corpses. Is this the primordial sacrificial technique? Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. It was as if something had instantly devoured the flesh of the dead cultivators. Rumble! Rumble! At the same time, the huge stone door on the tree started to shake. It was as if something was shaking the stone door and trying to open it. Granny Tianshan said, "There aren't enough sacrifices. The stone door still won't open. Let's go over and help. Maybe we can open it." Everyone nodded. After a few jumps, they arrived at the trunk of the tree. The stone door was more than 10 meters tall and 6 or 7 meters wide. The 9 primordial powerhouses, and Lin Feng pushed the stone door together. Crack, crack, the stone door started to shake violently. Quick, use your strength. The power of the sacrifice is weakening. Granny Tianshan shouted anxiously. Everyone stopped holding back. They pushed the stone door with all their might. Rumbling sounds could be heard. Finally, Lin Feng and the 9 great leaders of the 10,000 ancient times pushed the door open, leaving a 1-meter wide gap. Whoosh! The great void sect rushed in first. Many people couldn't help but curse the great void sect for being despicable and shameless. They rushed in before the stone door was completely opened. However, they were afraid that the opportunity would be taken by the great void sect. They didn't dare to stop and quickly rushed in. When Lin Feng rushed in, suddenly Lin Feng felt a faint ripple. This ripple, it was the leaf of the world tree. The fragment of the world tree is here. Lin Feng's eyes widened. Chapter 756. The fragment of the world tree was the only thing Lin Feng lacked to break through to the yin-yang realm. Lin Feng originally lacked the top-grade spirit stones needed to break through. However, Lin Feng had obtained the essence fruit before. The essence fruit was even more effective than the top-grade spirit stones. Now, a fragment of the world tree had appeared. Lin Feng's breathing quickened. He quickly rushed into the depths. It didn't take long for him to reach the deepest part of the tree hole. An altar appeared in the depths. There were 3 items on the altar: a piece of black wood, a scroll, and a white jade box. Lin Feng stared at the black wood. Obviously, that black wood, it was the fragment of the world tree. "Kid, are you willing to cooperate with us?" Granny Tianshan looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng noticed that Granny Tianshan and the Empress were standing close to each other. It was obvious that they had reached an agreement. Jin Yuanlai, the Great Void Sect, and Si Chi had formed an alliance. Chui Zia, Nangong Mo, Bai Yuga, Ing Yutian, and the other 3 had formed an alliance. Of course, I want that piece of wood. Lin Feng said. No problem. Granny Tianshan and the Empress nodded. Now, the energy that enveloped the altar hadn't dissipated. None of the three parties were in a hurry to make a move. Lin Feng observed the tree hole. He discovered that there was a huge, pitch-black hole above the altar. It seemed to lead to the top. Looking at the huge hole, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He didn't know if there was anything in the huge hole. He couldn't help but be more careful. 2 hours later, the energy that enveloped the altar dissipated. Everyone rushed toward the altar, but at that moment, a terrifying aura came from the black hole above the altar. The next moment, a ferocious beast crawled out from inside. It was a huge spider that was more than 10 meters tall. The spider had 18 pairs of wings and 8 huge claws. Its claws were as sharp as spears. The huge spider jumped in front of the altar and waved its huge claws at the crowd. Pooh! Bai Yuga was scratched by the spider's claw, and blood immediately flowed out. Then Bai Yuga's face darkened. Poison! Bai Yuga's face darkened. Now that he was poisoned, he couldn't use his magic power to force the poison out of his body. Bai Yuga had no choice but to retreat. He did not dare to stay for even a moment. He wanted to withdraw from the world of the 33 steps of heaven to suppress the poison in his body. Otherwise, he might die from the poison. Lin Feng saw that Bai Yuga's face was about to turn black. It was obvious that the poison was surging. He was shocked. He didn't expect the giant spider's poison to be so terrifying. That's an ancient demon spider. Its poison is terrifying, and anyone poisoned by it will be in big trouble. Granny of Tianshan said in a deep voice. Everyone had to be careful when dealing with the archaic demonic orb. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from Chui Yingyu's body. Ying Yuqian condensed his force. Yin-Yang realm cultivators comprehended spirit. However, cultivators who could comprehend it in the Yin-Yang realm were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. However, once they broke through to the creation realm, many cultivators who hadn't comprehended spirit in the Yin-Yang realm would often be able to comprehend spirit. And the creation realm comprehended force. However, cultivators who could comprehend force in the creation realm were even rarer. Cultivators in the creation realm were already rare. They were all overlords of a region, and the creation realm cultivators who comprehended force were even rarer. In the land of a state, not many people could comprehend it. However, if a creation realm cultivator could break through to the life and death realm, cultivators who couldn't comprehend force before, most of them could comprehend force. And the cultivators who came here, they were all eternal giants of the life and death realm. They could condense force. Naturally, it was a very normal thing. After Ying Yuqian condensed force to suppress the ancient demon spider, Chui Zia and Nangong Mo also condensed force to suppress the ancient demon spider. On the other side, the Great Void sect, Jin Yuan Lai, and Si Qi also condensed their force to suppress the ancient demon spider. The Empress and Granny of Tianshan also condensed force to suppress it. Among the 9 people, only Lin Feng didn't display his force, although Lin Feng had also mastered force. But at this moment, he wanted to leave some tricks up his sleeve. He didn't want to completely expose it. As for the 8 eternal giants, they didn't have any doubts. In their opinion, Lin Feng was a mere martial king realm cultivator. Naturally, it was impossible for him to condense force. The force condensed by the 8 eternal giants suppressed the ancient demon spider together. This ancient demon orb was immediately severely injured. It was as if it had been hit by a mountain. Crack, crack! Its body seemed to be about to split open. The ancient demon spider immediately let out a sharp and ear-piercing cry. This was an attack on the soul through sound waves. Lin Feng and the others felt a sudden pain in their heads. They had been attacked by the ancient demon spider's soul. The 9 of them couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, their faces slightly pale. However, after all, they were powerful. They still managed to block the ancient demon spider's sound wave attack. But at this moment, the ancient demon spider once again spat out dense spider webs. This ancient demon spider had too many tricks up its sleeves, and its methods were extremely strange. The spider webs spat out by the ancient demon spider were actually green. Even the ancient demon spider's webs contained highly toxic poison, just as the spider webs enveloped them. Jin Yuanlai was spat out the golden crow's fire, trying to burn the spider webs in their direction. Ying Yuqian also brought out a black flame called the Black Demon's Heart Flame. After the black flame was brought out, it swept towards the spider webs. Ying Yuqian was an alchemist. However, when the golden crow's fire and Ying Yuqian's black demon's heart flame wrapped around the spider webs spat out by the ancient demon spider, the spider webs were undamaged. Their flames couldn't destroy the spider webs. The 6 eternal giants of the 2 forces had a drastic change in expression and retreated in embarrassment. "Let's also retreat." The Empress bit her red lips and said somewhat unwillingly. She and Granny Tianshan were not alchemists. They didn't control flames and couldn't deal with the spider webs. As for Lin Feng, the Empress saw that Lin Feng hadn't made any moves. She thought that Lin Feng wasn't an alchemist either. What's more, even an alchemist's flames couldn't deal with the spider webs. The fact that Ying Yuqian's flames couldn't cause any damage to the spider webs was the best example. At this time, Lin Feng said, "Don't retreat, let's go forward." His voice faded. Lin Feng released his celestial fire, purple earth core fire. Chi 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 chi. Suddenly, the spider webs in their direction began to burn. What kind of flame is this? It's so powerful. The Empress was shocked, looking at Lin Feng with a strange light in her eyes. She didn't expect Lin Feng to be an alchemist, and the flames he controlled were so powerful. The more she interacted with Lin Feng, the more secrets Lin Feng had. Granny Tianshan was also very happy. She didn't expect Lin Feng's flames to be able to burn the spider webs to ashes. The 3 of them rushed toward the altar. The ancient demonic spider found that its webs had been burned. It waved its spear-like claws and stabbed at the 3 of them. The Empress and Granny Tianshan, who had been on guard, saw the ancient demonic spider's attack. They gathered their force and forced the ancient demonic spider back. Lin Feng burned all the spider webs around them to ashes, then withdrew the heavenly fire. Then the 3 of them rushed to the altar. Lin Feng grabbed the fragment of the world tree. He was ecstatic. He was going to break through the yin-yang realm. The Empress took the scroll. Granny Tianshan took the white jade box. "Let's go." The 3 of them knew that they couldn't stay any longer, so they quickly rushed outside. "Damn it, stop them." The 6 overlords roared in anger. Jin Yuanlai and the Taishu sect attacked the Empress. Si Chi and Nangong Mo attacked Granny Tianshan. Cui Zia and Ying Yuqian locked onto Lin Feng, one from the left and one from the right. "Die, brat!" The 2 ancient giants laughed sinisterly. Boom boom. A terrifying aura spread out from their bodies. The 2 ancient giants gathered their force at the same time. 2 terrifying forces enveloped Lin Feng. They attacked. It was as if the world was about to collapse. That terrifying aura. Chapter 757. The 2 of you are attacking me? However, you have underestimated my strength. Today, I will let you know how many methods I have up my sleeves. Facing the attacks of the two ancient giants, Lin Feng was still calm and composed. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A terrifying aura surged out from Lin Feng's body. This was the force that Lin Feng had condensed. When Lin Feng's force was unleashed, everyone was alarmed. Everyone had a look of disbelief and shock on their faces. A martial king realm cultivator. He could actually condense force. Wasn't this too unbelievable? Brat, you must die. Cui Zia and Ying Yuqian knew what Lin Feng's force meant when he was a martial king. It was too monstrous. The two of them wanted to kill Lin Feng and steal his treasures. Hatred was formed. In that case, he had to get rid of such a monster. Or else, when he grew up in the future, wouldn't he become a great enemy? Thinking of this, a stormy aura surged out. The power of the force was pushed to the extreme. The force condensed by the two ancient giants pressed down on Lin Feng. This made Lin Feng feel the pressure. It was truly difficult to contend against them. However, Lin Feng had not only comprehended the force, he had also comprehended the heaven-punishing fighting will. This heaven-punishing fighting will was even stronger. Force and heaven-punishing fighting will instantly overlapped. Lin Feng's fighting strength quickly soared. Bang! Along with the dull sound of the collision, there was a loud bang. The two ancient giants who had endured such a tyrannical collision. They were instantly forced to retreat. Two different force ? How is this possible? The two ancient overlords exclaimed in disbelief, although they were temporarily unable to sense what Lin Feng had used the second time. But in essence, it was extremely similar to the force. There were many types of force. Everyone's understanding of force was different, just like the force that Lin Feng had comprehended. Strictly speaking, it was called battle momentum. This was because his aura had fused with the wills of countless armies when he was fighting against them. This was the momentum of battle. Under normal circumstances, every cultivator comprehended a type of force. But Lin Feng, however, he had comprehended two of them. Furthermore, he was only a martial king. He had actually comprehended two types of force. This was too heaven-defying. No wonder Cui Zia and Ying Yuqian were so shocked. Whoosh! After pushing back the two ancient giants, Lin Feng didn't stop. He shot out like a bolt of lightning. He rushed outside in an instant. Chase! Cui Zia and Ying Yuqian looked gloomy. They quickly gave chase. These two, although his cultivation was heaven-defying, but now that he couldn't use his magic power, his speed was greatly reduced. On the other hand, Lin Feng's earth-shrinking technique did not weaken much at all. Soon, the two of them were shaken off. They wanted to catch up to Lin Feng in the forbidden space. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng increased his speed to the maximum and rushed out of the world of the 33rd stairway in an hour. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged over. Lin Feng was ambushed. Die, brat! A cold voice sounded. Bai Yuga raised his right hand and slammed his palm toward Lin Feng. Bai Yuga had to leave because he was poisoned. However, Lin Feng didn't expect that he would hide outside the world of the 33rd stairway, preparing to launch a sneak attack on the cultivators who came out. Obviously, Bai Yuga was unwilling to lose. That was why he did this. He was the first to rush out. He happened to meet Bai Yuga. Bai Yuga's expression was cold as he looked at Lin Feng with a murderous intent. Lin Feng had many secrets. Bai Yuga had been spying on Lin Feng before. He didn't expect that he would be so lucky today. The first to run out was Lin Feng. He would kill this brat and obtain his secrets and treasures. Then he would leave quickly. The opportunity might not be smaller than the world of the 33rd stairway. Faced with Bai Yuga's attack, Lin Feng had no way to resist. Bai Yuga's strength was greatly reduced because of the poison. However, this was not the restrictive space. Bai Yuga was an ancient powerhouse. Even if he could only use 1/10,000th of his power, he wanted to kill Lin Feng. It was a simple matter. Under the envelopment of Bai Yuga's palm, Lin Feng felt that his body couldn't move. He could only watch as the terrifying palm came crashing down. It was at this critical moment that Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. The demon lord attacked. A cloud of black mist gushed out of Lin Feng's body and blasted toward Bai Yuga. Not good. Bai Yuga's expression changed drastically. He felt the terrifying power contained in the black mist. This kind of power made even him feel a sense of trepidation. Bai Yuga didn't dare to resist and chose to retreat. The black mist collided with Bai Yuga, and Bai Yuga was sent flying. Then, the black mist wrapped around Lin Feng and rushed out of the stairway world. Whoosh, whoosh, Chui Zia and Ing Yuqian chased after them and saw Bai Yuga. Their expressions changed slightly, and they said in a deep voice, "Was that kid killed by Brother Bai? It seems that Brother Bai also took the item." Bai Yuga said with a sullen face, "I almost succeeded, but the demonic aura in that kid's body suddenly overflowed. That demonic aura actually repelled me. I suspect that kid is so powerful at the Martial King realm. He probably has an extremely powerful demonic weapon in his body. So powerful, it's fine. With our cultivation, we can catch up to that kid. No matter how powerful the demonic weapon is, we can kill that kid and snatch it." Ing Yuqian said, "Then let's chase him. Don't let that kid escape. He has too many secrets." Chui Zia said, "Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." The three ancient powerhouses quickly chased after them. The demonic aura filled the sky. It wrapped around Lin Feng and rushed out of the stairway world. Then, it quickly rushed toward the outside world. After flying for more than 100 miles, the demonic aura dissipated. There are no heavenly demonic stones in the stairway world. Lin Feng said. The demon lord sat on the grave and sighed. "I know that. Let me think about it again. Where could the heavenly demonic stones be?" Then the demon lord frowned and pondered. Lin Feng found a cave and used a formation to conceal it. He planned to break through here. Lin Feng took out a large number of high-grade spirit stones and piled them up in the cave. Then Lin Feng took out a top-grade spirit stone, a fragment of the world tree, an origin essence fruit, a golden flame fruit. He took out all the things he needed to break through. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He took out the leaf of the world tree. Then he dripped a drop of blood onto the leaf. Then he refined the leaves of the world tree into pure energy liquid. The energy fluid dripped onto the fragment of the world tree. A strange world appeared. On the leaf, a young sprout could be seen growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was the sprout of the world tree. After the sprout absorbed Lin Feng's blood, it grew quickly and soon grew into a palm-sized world tree sapling. Lin Feng seemed to be able to feel the strong vitality of the world tree sapling and a sense of intimacy that was connected to his bloodline. His mind moved. The world tree sapling turned into a green light and flew into Lin Feng's dantian, taking root in Lin Feng's dantian. Boom! In that instant, the blood in Lin Feng's body seemed to boil. The blood in his body flowed crazily at more than 100 times the speed, all of it rushing towards the world tree sapling. Waves of tyrannical power burst out from Lin Feng's body. "I'm going to break through." Lin Feng felt the situation in his body. He immediately revealed a look of wild joy. He was finally going to break through to the yin-yang realm. He ate both the origin essence fruit and the golden flame fruit, then began to circulate the ancient dragonesque elephant arc to break through to the yin-yang realm. The energy in his body seemed to converge into rivers, flowing quickly. Waves of destructive aura surged out from Lin Feng's body. The vital essence in his body began to transform. In Lin Feng's mind, his soul was also transforming. The illusory soul gradually turned into a solid primordial spirit. Break through, break through, break through. Lin Feng roared 3 times. Boom. In Lin Feng's mind, powerful magic power transformed. Mastering magic power, turning stone into gold, turning water into oil, summoning clouds and summoning rain, spitting fire from his mouth, overturning mountains and seas, mastering supernatural powers. This was the cultivation of the yin-yang realm. Lin Feng. Chapter 758. Roar. A beast's roar shook the sky. 1,000-meter-tall mountain monster roared and shook the forest. The monster raised its gigantic fist and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand. Powerful Dharma power surged out and enveloped his palm. He directly grabbed the fist of the forest troll. Crack! The monster's gigantic fist was caught in Lin Feng's hand. The mountain monster roared again and again. It wanted to struggle free, but Lin Feng didn't give it a chance. He grabbed the giant monster's fist and threw it several hundred meters away with a sudden burst of strength. A large area of the forest was destroyed. The mountain monster got up from the ground and ran away, not daring to fight Lin Feng. Ha! I'm really strong after breaking through. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh. The martial king realm and the yin-yang realm were on completely different levels. After breaking through, his combat strength had increased too much. The yin-yang realm was at the 10th level. The first level was called the Dharma Power realm. It transformed one's Dharma power and opened one's brain. The second level was called the Soul Travel realm. One's primordial spirit could travel the world. The third level was called the yin-yang realm. One's yin and yang could be combined, and one could understand the heavenly Tao. The fourth level was called the heaven realm. One could sense the world and become one with it. The fifth level was called the 5 elements realm. One could combine the 5 elements and circulate endlessly. The 6th level was called the unity realm. One's Dharma power and primordial spirit could be combined. The 7th level was called the golden core realm. One could form a golden core and sense the heavenly tribulation. The 8th level was called the great tribulation of heaven and earth. One had to survive the heavenly tribulation. The 9th level was called the Dharma embodiment of heaven and earth. One could form a Dharma idol like a god or a demon. The 10th level was called the minor creation realm. One could sense creation and change one's fate. These were the 10 minor realms of the yin-yang realm. Every minor realm contained the development and use of one's potential. The yin-yang realm, it was the development of one's body at a deeper level. The creation realm, it was the power to control the laws of heaven and earth. There was a fundamental difference. Lin Feng was now at the first level of the yin-yang realm. Of course, Lin Feng had comprehended spirit, force, and heaven punishment battle intent. In addition, he had heavenly fire. At the same time, he cultivated the Archean dragonesque elephant art, sky tyrant thunder art, sky splitter, and other top-notch secret arts. With his current strength, even a 7th-layer yin-yang cultivator would not be a match for Lin Feng. Lin Feng headed deeper into the ruins of God. The ruins of God was vast. There were countless opportunities. Lin Feng naturally wanted to seize these opportunities. He wanted to increase his cultivation as much as possible. The next day, Lin Feng was resting in a forest. In the distance, a 17 or 18-year-old girl was flying over. This young girl was tall and slender with fair skin. She wore a long dress that completely revealed her perfect figure. This young girl had a delicate and beautiful face. It was a pitiful face. Her pair of big, watery eyes made people feel pity for her. But now, this young girl's face was pale, and she looked back from time to time, as if she was hiding from something. The young girl flew to where Lin Feng was resting. Her body could not support herself, and she fell into the forest, motionless. A moment before, Lin Feng had seen that young woman. She had a perfect body and a delicate and beautiful face, and he had been stunned by her beauty. When Lin Feng saw that the young woman had fainted in the forest, he walked over and helped her up. At that moment, the young girl opened her eyes. When she saw Lin Feng, she smiled and closed her eyes, falling into a deep sleep. "Aren't you being too careless? Aren't you worried that I'll do something to you? Could it be that this face looks like a gentleman's face?" Lin Feng touched his delicate face. "Now, I have another burden." Looking at the young girl in his arms, he smiled bitterly. He could only carry her on his back and find a place for her to rest. When the young girl's body pressed against Lin Feng's back, Lin Feng could not help but gasp. He could clearly feel the pair of huge peaks pressing against his back as their bodies pressed against each other. Too big. This made it difficult for Lin Feng. He was at an age where he was full of vigor. He had not touched a woman in a long time. Now, he was carrying a woman whose face and figure could be said to be of the highest quality. If it were someone else, he probably would not be able to resist doing some beastly things to this young girl. Not long after Lin Feng left with the young girl on his back, 10 or so black-clothed cultivators chased after him. They were all masked. They surrounded Lin Feng, and the young girl, one of the black-clothed cultivators, said coldly, "Brat, leave the woman behind, or we'll take your life." Lin Feng frowned. He had seen the young girl panic earlier. Could it be that she was trying to avoid these black-clothed cultivators? How troublesome! Lin Feng sighed. Lin Feng pursed his lips. He thought about how the young girl had hugged him so confidently before falling asleep in his arms. In addition, the young girl had a delicate and pitiful aura that made people want to take pity on her. Lin Feng naturally would not hand the young girl over to these black-clothed cultivators of unknown origins. He coldly glanced at the black-clothed cultivators and said coldly, "Get the hell out of my way. Brat, you're courting death." One of the black-clothed cultivators shouted angrily and pounced towards Lin Feng. His palm struck towards Lin Feng. Sky Tyrant Thunder Art, lightning condensed and swept towards the black-clothed cultivator. Bang! This attack, it fiercely bombarded the black-clothed cultivator's body. The black-clothed cultivator flew backwards, as if he had been struck by lightning. "This kid is savage. Let's go." The leader of the black-clothed cultivators, who had not spoken until now, said in a deep voice. The group of black-clothed cultivators quickly left. Looking at the group of black-clothed cultivators leaving, Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly, revealing a thoughtful expression. But he did not stay. He carried the young girl and left this place. At night, in a cave, a bonfire was burning. The young girl was lying on a blanket. Her full peaks rose and fell with her breathing. It was extremely alluring. She was clearly young. Her figure was too good, wasn't it? Lin Feng could not help but take a few more glances at her. From the side, it looked like a mountain range. Their heights were all different. While Lin Feng was admiring the beautiful scenery, the young girl's long eyelashes fluttered a few times. Then she slowly woke up. "You're awake," Lin Feng said with a smile. The young girl sat up from the ground and looked at Lin Feng gratefully, saying, "Thank you for saving me, young master." Lin Feng said, "It's just a small matter. There's no need to thank me." However, the young girl said, "To young master, it might be a small matter, but to me, it's a life-saving grace. Young master's kindness will never be forgotten. Recovering well is the greatest reward for me. It's not in vain that I saved you. Lin Feng said. At this time, the young girl's body swayed slightly, as if she was about to faint again. Lin Feng hurriedly supported the young girl. The young girl directly collapsed into Lin Feng's embrace, panting slightly, her hot breath blowing on Lin Feng's face. Chapter 759. Lin Feng took a deep breath. He suppressed the evil fire in his dantian. There were things a gentleman should do and things he shouldn't do. Although Lin Feng didn't consider himself to be a gentleman, but he was still a man, wasn't he? How could he take advantage of someone when they were in trouble? Lin Feng looked at the girl in his arms. He had to admit that she was the best of the best. Hugging such a soft body, he couldn't bear to let go. Are you all right? Lin Feng asked. The girl blushed and said, I'm fine. As soon as he finished speaking, he struggled to get up. However, before she could get up, she fell back into Lin Feng's arms. This is killing me. When the girl sat down, Lin Feng felt like his body was being burned by evil fire. Fortunately, Lin Feng was able to restrain himself. At that moment, the girl's body suddenly trembled, and she said weakly, I feel a little cold. As she spoke, her body continued to tremble. She looked at Lin Feng and blushed. Sir, can you hug Xian? Lin Feng reached out and hugged her. She was the one who asked him to hug her. He would be a bastard if he didn't take advantage of her. Do you feel better now? Asked Lin Feng, hugging the girl. The girl hugged Lin Feng back. Their bodies were pressed against each other. The girl blushed and nodded. I feel much better than before. Lin Feng noticed that she was still trembling, so he asked, Is there something wrong with your body? I'm an alchemist, so I know a thing or two about medicine. Let me take a look. The girl replied, I'm fine. Sir, don't worry about me. I'll be fine after lying down for a while. Lin Feng nodded. He hugged the girl's soft body and didn't do anything excessive. Lin Feng asked, I still don't know your name. The girl blushed and said, My name is Tantai Xian. Sir, you can call me Xian. How should I address you? Lin Feng, Tantai Xian. Replied, So it's Big Brother Lin. Xian, we'll remember it. I'll remember it for the rest of my life. Tantai Shiner's voice was soft and gentle. As she spoke, her jade-like hands gently stroked Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng muttered in his heart, Could it be that Tantai Shiner was trying to seduce him? Tantai Xian, was naturally the best of the best. However, Dan Taixian didn't want such a coquettish woman to die. How long had they known each other? She wanted to seduce him? Could it be that she wanted to use her body to repay him for saving her life? If that was the case, should he agree? Should he agree or not? If he agreed, it would feel like he was taking advantage of the situation. If he didn't agree, was he still a man? No man would be able to refuse such a beauty, right? Lin Feng coughed dryly, trying to conceal the turbulence in his heart. He looked at Tantai Xian, and asked, Why were those black-clothed men chasing after you? Upon hearing Lin Feng's question, Tantai Xian, cried. Tantai Xian, immediately started crying. She said, I don't know those people either. They came to kill me because they wanted to steal the treasure. Steal the treasure? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. If that was the reason, it was rather easy to understand. Killing people to steal treasures was something that could be seen everywhere in the ruins of God. Tantai Xian, was also a top-grade beauty. Such a woman. She also had great treasures. She was the easiest target for others to target. Lin Feng said, But it's a good thing that you met me. So those people didn't succeed. Woo! Tantai began to cry. Her tears were like raindrops on a pear blossom, and her heart was broken. Lin Feng comforted her. Those people have already left. You don't have to be afraid of them anymore. If they dare to come, I will avenge you. Tantai said, I'm not crying for myself. I'm crying for my fellow disciples. In order to protect me, they all died miserably at the hands of those black-clothed men. The dead cannot be brought back to life. In order to save your fellow disciples who died, you have to live well. Lin Feng said, I will be strong and live on. Tantai said seriously, yes, we should be strong and live on. We should live happily, even more happily. Lin Feng encouraged her. Big brother Lin, you're such a good person. Tantai looked at Lin Feng with her big watery eyes without blinking, looking at Tantai up close. Only then did he realize how beautiful this woman was. It was a kind of beauty that shook one's heart. It was a kind of beauty that made one's heart pound. That kind of delicate temperament. That kind of delicate and pitiful temperament. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel pity for Tantai He reached out and caressed Tantai exquisite and beautiful face. Tantai didn't refuse. She allowed Lin Feng's big hand to caress her beautiful face. Lin Feng slowly moved closer. He wanted to taste her soft and tender skin. Tantai pretty face turned pink. She slowly closed her eyes. It was as if she had tacitly agreed to what Lin Feng was going to do next. Lin Feng saw Tantai tacit agreement. He became much bolder. Just as Lin Feng was about to taste her lips, he heard a voice that made him drool. Tantai had already raised her right hand. Swish! A cold light suddenly flashed. Between Tantai slender index and middle finger, there was actually an additional silver needle that shone with a blue luster. This was actually a poison needle. The corner of Tantai mouth rose slightly. The poison needle in her right hand pierced towards Lin Feng's neck. Die. Tantai was quite pleased with herself. She had already told those fellows in the sect. Killing was very simple. With a little trick, she could kill a very powerful opponent. When the opponent was a man, the woman only needed to show a little bit of her weakness. Then he would be able to kill this man silently. And now the man in front of her was about to be killed by her. When the time came, she would let those idiots in the sect see what was called killing. Encirclement, that was the most inferior way to kill, because it would definitely be a lose-lose situation. But her method was so simple. She only needed to pierce a poison needle into his skin. Tantai thought that she was about to succeed. But suddenly, she felt her wrist being grabbed. Then she was pressed under the man's body. Tantai looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. So you really came to kill me? Looking at the poison needle in Tantai hand, Lin Feng shook his head slightly and said, For a moment, I really hoped that I guessed wrong. Tantai looked at Lin Feng with a pale face and asked, How did you find out? There are too many flaws. Lin Feng pressed Tantai against his body. His left hand pressed down on her hands, while his right hand gently caressed Tantai exquisite face and snow-white neck. Lin Feng looked at Tantai and said, Tell me, how should I punish you? Chapter 760. You're a man. Are you trying to bully a little woman, like me? Tantai bit her lip as she looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, So you're a little woman now? What about when you tried to stab me with those needles? Did you think of yourself as a little woman then? Tanti-Exion bit her lip again. She said, "Even if I'm at fault, can't you forgive me? I'll apologize to you, all right?" Tanti-Exion voice was coquettish and seductive. It was a seduction technique. She was trying to seduce Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered. "Do you think you're an empress? Peerless seduction techniques. Besides, seduction techniques aren't suitable for you. They're useless against me." Tanti-Exion expression turned unsightly when she saw that her seduction technique had failed. Tanti-Exion knew that she wouldn't have a good ending if she fell into Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng said, "Your techniques aren't righteous at all. Are you from the demonic path? If you're from the demonic path, then I only have a grudge against Firecloud Island. It seems that you're from there." Tanti-Exion expression changed slightly. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to be able to guess her identity. Wasn't this person a little too intelligent? No wonder he was able to discover her true identity. Tanti-Exion said, "That's right. I'm from Firecloud Island, and I'm the granddaughter of their grand elder. My status isn't something an ordinary person can compare to. You'd best let me go now, or you know the consequences." Lin Feng put his right hand on Tanti-Exion's chin and said, "Are you threatening me?" "I'm just stating the facts." "I'm not threatening you." Tanti-Exion did her best to calm down as she stared straight at Lin Feng. Tanti-Exion's pitiful temperament had disappeared. It was obvious that Tanti-Exion was just pretending to be cool. Lin Feng said, "Whether it's the truth or you're threatening me, I won't let you go easily. Wouldn't it be a pity to let go of such a rare beauty?" As Lin Feng spoke, his right hand slid across Tanti-Exion's body. When he touched some key areas, he didn't hold back at all. Tanti-Exion had never experienced something like this before. Her breathing became more and more rapid. She tried her best to struggle, but to no avail. Why struggle? You're a smart woman. You should know that if you cooperate obediently, you'll suffer less. Although I'm not the kind of man who likes to play perverted games, the more you struggle, the more excited I'll be. Lin Feng squinted at Tanti-Exion's. "Are you mocking me? I thought I was smart, but I didn't know that you had already seen through me. I thought I could kill you silently." Tanti-Exion said with a pale face. She seemed to be filled with endless regret. She shouldn't have sneaked up on Lin Feng so recklessly. "Your companions are too anxious, and so are you. Since they're here for the treasure, they shouldn't have given up so easily. Of course, this isn't the time to make a big mistake. Do you know what the biggest mistake is?" Lin Feng looked at Tanti-Exion and said, "What is it?" Tanti-Exion asked subconsciously. "You're pretending to be sick." Lin Feng said to Tanti-Exion, "If I'm not wrong, you're pretending to be sick to hide your trembling body. You haven't been touched by a man before, right? That's why you're so nervous when you're in contact with me. That's why you're pretending to be sick to hide your uneasiness. After all, you're trying to kill me. If you fail, the consequences will be dire. But you're pretending to be sick to hide it. You've even guessed that. What do you mean? You've been playing with me all this time?" Tanti-Exion looked at Lin Feng angrily. "I'm just guessing, but I can't be sure. Actually, I was hoping that you'd reveal your true feelings because I had a good impression of you at first. Unfortunately, you've disappointed me. Now that you're in my hands and you're such a pure body, I'll naturally enjoy you and taste you." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng pinched Tanti-Exion's snow-white chin with his right hand. Then he sucked on her tender red lips. Tanti-Exion widened her eyes and struggled violently. But the more she struggled, the more exciting Lin Feng felt. Slowly, Tanti-Exion seemed to be immersed in it. She actually stopped struggling. She began to cooperate with Lin Feng, awkwardly. Suddenly, Tantai Xin opened her eyes. But the moment she opened her eyes, Lin Feng turned around and shot out. Swoosh, swoosh. Two cold rays of light shot out. They were actually two silver needles that had been shot out by Tantai Xin. She had wanted to take advantage of the moment when Lin Feng was kissing her passionately to kill Lin Feng with the poison needles. But she hadn't expected that Lin Feng would be able to dodge them. As expected of someone from the evil path, you have so many tricks up your sleeves. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes at Tantai Xin. You bastard. Tantai Xin wiped her red lips with her hand. It was as if she wanted to erase everything that belonged to Lin Feng. Her face was red. A moment before, he had only cooperated with Lin Feng because he wanted Lin Feng to lower his guard. Then, she would sneak attack Lin Feng again. But Lin Feng didn't lower his guard just because of Tantai Xin's awkward response. So when Tantai Xin had shot out two silver needles, Lin Feng had been able to dodge them in time. Now that she thought about the series of intense and embarrassing things with Lin Feng, Tantai Xin had the urge to kill someone. I will definitely kill you. Tantai Xin stomped her feet hatefully. Lin Feng said indifferently, if you really do it again, I will definitely let you have a taste of what it is like to be pampered by me. At that time, you might not be able to stop and keep asking for more. Just you wait. Tantai Xin glared fiercely at Lin Feng. Hearing Lin Feng's explicit words, she didn't dare to stay any longer. She turned around and rushed out. Lin Feng didn't chase after her. This Tantai Xin wasn't simple. Lin Feng felt that there was a terrifying power in Tantai Xin's mind. It was very likely to be the imprint of an ancient powerhouse's consciousness. If he forced Tantai Xin into a corner and activated the consciousness of an ancient powerhouse, it would definitely be a troublesome matter. Lin Feng didn't stay any longer and quickly left. The next day, many cultivators gathered in front of a lake. It was said that there was a cave in the depths of the lake, but there was a powerful beast guarding the lake. Many people were here waiting for more cultivators to arrive. When the time came, everyone would besiege the cave. Whoosh! At this time, a ball of hot flames flew over from afar. A beautiful woman walked out of the flames. She was wearing a red dress. She had a voluptuous figure with long legs and a slender waist. Her face was extremely beautiful and charming. Huafeng Jiao. She is the most likely expert of Firecloud Island to reach the creation realm in 10 years. Many people exclaimed and looked at Huafeng Jiao with burning gazes. That woman could be said to be a top-grade beauty. She was different from the immature Tantai Xin. Huafeng Jiao's mature and charming temperament was more lethal to men. Lin Feng also stared at Huafeng Jiao's charming body. At this time, Huafeng Jiao's charming eyes also looked at Lin Feng. Not good. This woman came especially for me. Lin Feng looked at Huafeng Jiao's eyes and saw coldness and killing intent. Could it be that the cultivators of Firecloud Island had asked Huafeng Jiao to deal with him? Thinking of this, Lin Feng didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned and flew away. Do you think you can escape? See if fire burns the sky. Huafeng Jiao sneered. She waved her hand. In the sky, a sea of fire burned the sky. An endless amount of fire engulfed the earth and sky, enveloping Lin Feng. Huge flaming chains condensed into one after another. They seemed to be chains of law. Heavens, fire chains of law. Has Huafeng Jiao reached the creation realm? Many people exclaimed. Lin Feng's face turned ugly. He was trapped by a creation realm expert. Chapter 761. The fire element law covered the sky and sealed the world. Lin Feng was trapped in the fire. Huh. Suddenly, Lin Feng exclaimed, because he realized that something was wrong. The chains that sealed the world were not real fire element law chains. The power of the true chains of law could be said to be apocalyptic. The surrounding space would distort. But what he saw was not the case. So it's just a simulation of the fire element law chains. Lin Feng looked indifferent. If it was just a simulation of the fire element law chains, Lin Feng was fearless. It's not a real fire element law chain. Huafeng Jiao simulated it. But since she can simulate the fire element law chains, so realistically, it seems that she is not far from breaking through to the creation realm. Some cultivators also noticed the difference in the fire element law chains and couldn't help but comment, "Boy, I will catch you and bring you back to Fire Cloud Island." Huafeng Jiao said coldly. She attacked Lin Feng. Boom, boom, boom. Dense fireballs smashed towards Lin Feng. The power was enough to destroy the world. It was suffocating and terrifying. That boy seems to have just entered the Yin-Yang realm. Huafeng Jiao is at the peak of the Yin-Yang realm. There is a gap of 9 realms between them. I'm afraid he will be captured by Huafeng Jiao. I wonder how they started this feud. The people of the evil path are cruel and merciless. If that boy is captured by Huafeng Jiao and brought to Fire Cloud Island, he will definitely be tortured. Many people discussed in low voices. Fire Cloud Island. It was the #1 evil force in the sea, in the East Sea world, who didn't turn pale at the mention of Fire Cloud Island. Lin Feng looked indifferent. He stepped forward and waved his right fist, sweeping towards the dense fireballs. Bang, bang, bang. He punched again and again, sweeping away the fireballs that smashed down. Many people were shocked to see this scene. The fireballs' lethality was astonishing. Moreover, they had an extremely strong burning property. That boy actually used his fists to shake the fireballs. Wasn't this too fierce? Many people had an expression of extreme shock on their faces. Huafeng Jiao saw that her fireball had no effect on Lin Feng. Then, she displayed a new move. One after another, 100-meter-long flaming meteors fell from the sky. Such a huge flaming meteor smashed down. That kind of impact. It was hard to imagine how powerful he was. All the flaming meteorites flew towards Lin Feng. Hurry up and retreat. Many of the cultivators who were watching the commotion felt the terrifying power of the falling meteor and retreated in horror. They were afraid that they would be hit by the meteor. That would be an unexpected disaster. Brat, let's see how you block this move. Huafeng Jiao snorted coldly. Sky splitting. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The sky splitter slashed out. Between heaven and earth. It condensed into a 1,000-meter-long saber light. The blade light swept out. Puff one after another, the huge flaming meteorites were all cut into pieces. How powerful! No wonder you can kill so many strong cultivators from Fire Cloud Island. You have many secrets. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Huafeng Jiao's eyes flashed. Tisk TSK. I'm also very interested in you. Lin Feng emphasized the word sex. His eyes swept over Huafeng Jiao's hot body. He took a few more glances at a few key areas. Huafeng Jiao felt as if her body had been caressed by a pair of large hands. She immediately became angry. You're courting death. Huafeng Jiao shouted coldly and formed a seal with both hands. A loud rumbling sound could be heard. The dense chains of law in the void swept towards Lin Feng. Although these chains of law were only simulated, they were very terrifying. Lin Feng used sky splitting to attack the chains of law. His attack was broken in an instant. This made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. After he broke through to the yin-yang realm, the power of sky splitting was not the same as before. But now, sky splitting was broken in an instant, a cultivator at the peak of the yin-yang realm. She was indeed powerful. After all, she was 9 levels higher than him. The chains of law continued to sweep towards Lin Feng. Heaven and earth were sealed. Lin Feng had nowhere to hide. Your cultivation is too low. No matter how many tricks you have, you can't resist my illusory chains of law. Hua Fengjiao looked coldly at Lin Feng. You are destined to be my prisoner. I want to see what you will look like after I capture you. The chains of law continued to envelop Lin Feng. Is he going to be caught like a turtle in a jar? Many people whispered, sky splitting, sword intent piercing the heavens. Lin Feng shouted coldly and merged his sword and saber light and sword energy. They shot out horizontally. Clang, clang. The saber light and sword energy ruthlessly bombarded the chains of law. But something terrifying happened. Even though sky-splitting and sword intent piercing the heavens had merged into one attack, it still couldn't break Hua Fengjiao's chains of law. These chains of law, wasn't that a little too overbearing? Boom at the same time. In the distance, a destructive wave surged out. Lin Feng looked over. On the horizon, a figure flew over quickly. Chui Zia, an eternal powerhouse. Chui Zia. After seeing Chui Zia, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. It's Chui Zia. A cultivator recognized Chui Zia and immediately exclaimed. After all, this was an existence at the level of an ancient giant, on the Tianwu continent. Now, Chui Zia had come to target Lin Feng. It can't be, right? Chui Zia is here for this kid. Who is this kid? Many people had an incomparably astonished expression on their faces, even creation realm cultivators. They might not be able to catch Chui Zia's attention, not to mention yin-yang realm cultivators. But now, although Chui Zia was still far away, his aura had locked onto Lin Feng. Obviously, he was here for Lin Feng. This was too unbelievable. Hua Fengjiao's expression sank slightly. If an existence at Chui Zia's level was also here for Lin Feng, then what else could she do? Chui Zia, this devil is really haunting me. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. The word extermination. The word death. He shouted in a low voice. The word extermination condensed in his left hand. The word death condensed in his right hand. One left and one right. He immediately took it out. Bang! The word extermination and the word death were mighty. The two words collided with the chains of law. A loud, muffled sound was heard. The virtual law chains condensed by Hua Fengjiao were instantly destroyed. Lin Feng quickly flew into the distance. How is this possible? Hua Fengjiao cried out in disbelief. She was a cultivator who had 1 foot in the creation realm, and the virtual law chains that she had just condensed was one of her strongest techniques. However, now it was actually broken by a cultivator at the first level of the yin-yang realm. This was too inconceivable. Kid, you can't escape. At this time, the gloomy Chui Zia chased after him from afar. Lin Feng spread out his golden wings and pushed his speed to the limit. He turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared without a trace. 10 days later, Lin Feng arrived at a place called the Forbidden Magic Mountain Range in the ruins of God. Outside the Forbidden Magic Mountain Range, there was a huge stone tablet that was 100 meters tall. There were 4 ancient words written on the stone tablet: Forbidden Magic Mountain Range. These 4 words were written with the blood of the gods. After countless years, the blood still hadn't dried up. Creak, creak, creak. At this time, A cry came from afar. Lin Feng looked over. Chapter 762. It was a rabbit whose entire body was snow white. That rabbit was extremely strange. It actually had a pair of dragon horns. A pair of big black eyes stared at Lin Feng. Dragon rabbit? Lin Feng was shocked. It was actually a dragon rabbit. This was a legendary spirit beast. Legend has it that the dragon rabbit was psychic and was the most intelligent spirit beast in all the realms. This kind of spirit beast was best at finding heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Kacha kacha. The dragon rabbit's two small claws held something and began to gnaw on it. Lin Feng looked over and realized that it was actually a true dragon fruit. The true dragon fruit was a type of heavenly material and earthly treasure. It was extremely rare. After consuming the true dragon fruit, one's body would produce a true dragon mark. When magic power was injected into the true dragon mark, the true dragon mark would immediately form a powerful true dragon scale. The true dragon scale had the defensive power of a Tao artifact level treasure. It really is a dragon rabbit. It's actually eating a true dragon fruit. Lin Feng's expression was full of shock. If a true dragon fruit was taken to an auction house for auction, it would cause a huge uproar. Right now, the dragon rabbit was eating the true dragon fruit. It was eating with relish. Lin Feng carefully walked towards the dragon rabbit. This dragon rabbit was obviously still in its infancy. Its vigilance was not particularly strong. When Lin Feng got closer and closer to it, the dragon rabbit opened its big watery eyes and looked at Lin Feng. It even forgot to eat the true dragon fruit in its arms. Little darling, very good. Stand there and don't move. Lin Feng's heart was blooming with joy. When he was about to reach the dragon rabbit suddenly became alert. Its legs suddenly jumped. Shwa! It jumped a full 200 to 300 meters. Fast. The dragon rabbit's speed was simply too fast. Such a fast speed. Lin Feng was shocked. The little thing stood in the distance and looked at Lin Feng vigilantly. A pair of big, black eyes rolled around with a very curious expression. Lin Feng took out a vermilion fruit and held it in his hand as he said softly, "Little guy, this spirit fruit is much more delicious than the one you had. Come and try it." Seeing the cinnabar fruit in Lin Feng's hand, the dragon rabbit's large eyes immediately lit up. It wanted to come forward, but it was hesitant. Lin Feng placed the vermilion fruit on the ground and took a few steps back. He said, "Hurry up and eat. I won't touch you." Whoosh! Seeing Lin Feng retreat, the dragon rabbit turned into an afterimage and quickly pounced towards the vermilion fruit. This little guy couldn't resist the temptation of the vermilion fruit. When the dragon rabbit rushed over, Lin Feng instantly summoned his devouring martial spirit. The confinement magnetic field condensed and enveloped the dragon rabbit. Done. When Lin Feng saw that the dragon rabbit was imprisoned in midair, he revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He quickly rushed towards the dragon rabbit. The dragon rabbit's originally big, black eyes flashed with an anxious expression. Before Lin Feng pounced over, the dragon rabbit suddenly jumped. Whoosh! The little thing actually broke through Lin Feng's confinement magnetic field. Then, it didn't want the vermilion fruit anymore and ran towards the depths of the forest. Lin Feng kept the vermilion fruit and followed closely behind, quickly chasing after the dragon rabbit. The little thing's speed was very fast, and Lin Feng's speed wasn't slow either. He followed closely behind the dragon rabbit, quickly shuttling through the forest. When the dragon rabbit saw Lin Feng chasing closely behind it, its black eyes rolled again. Obviously, this little guy wasn't as simple as it looked on the surface. The dragon rabbit suddenly changed its direction and rushed towards a valley. Lin Feng also chased into the valley. However, just as he entered the valley, his surroundings began to spin. White mist lingered. Great array. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He was actually lured into a great array by the dragon rabbit. The dragon rabbit stood not far away and squeaked at Lin Feng. Its big black eyes filled with a smug expression. It seemed to be showing off its achievements. No matter how one looked at it, the dragon rabbit had a gloating expression. I was actually tricked by a rabbit. Looking at the smug dragon rabbit, Lin Feng felt depressed. This little thing was too two-faced. Its pitiful look was simply deceiving him. Two-faced rabbit, just you wait, don't let me catch you. Lin Feng shouted fiercely. The dragon rabbit bared its teeth at Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with the dragon rabbit now. He wanted to break the array formation here. The array formation here was too profound. Lin Feng realized that he couldn't comprehend the profound principles within. This caused Lin Feng to frown slightly. Looks like it's a great array formation far away. Lin Feng swept his gaze across the surrounding great array formation. He could vaguely see some of the mysteries behind it. 9 gates of life and death. 8 trigrams. Celestial 36 transformations. Earth Fiend 72 stars. These were all the array cores of the Great Array, and they were extremely complicated. With Lin Feng's level as a spirit array master, he could only see these things. No more. He couldn't see anything else. But obviously, this place was much more complicated than Lin Feng had imagined. I wonder if the dragon searching formula can find a way out. Lin Feng frowned as he pondered. The Great Array here was very dangerous. If there was a slight mistake, it was possible for him to die. As a result, there must be no mistakes in breaking the array. The Great Array formation in this place would not give you a second chance to make a mistake. 9 gates of life and death. Rest, life. Injury, do, jing, death, shock, open, close 9 gates. 9 gates of life. 8 trigrams. Qian can Zhen, Zhan, Qian can Dui, Zhan. The 8 trigrams took the Dui hexagram. Dui represented the pond, and water in the pond was life. Celestial 36 transformations. Mediate good fortune. Reverse yin and yang. Move the stars, reverse the sun, call the wind and summon the rain, shake the mountains and shake the earth, ride the mist and soar the clouds, row the river into 6, warp the earth with golden light, overturn the river and stir the sea, point the earth into steel, reverse the future, whip mountain, move the stone, rise from the dead, fly body trace, take chi in 9 breaths, derive primordial yang, subdue dragon and tiger, nourish the heavens, and bathe the sun, push the mountain, and fill the sea, point the stone into gold, stand shadowless, fetus transformation, size manipulation, flower blooming, spirit controlling chi, see through the walls, return to wind and fire, grasp the 5 thunder, diving abyss, flying sand and rolling stones, holding the mountains and seas, scattering beams into soldiers, nailing the 7 arrows. The 36 transformations took the resurrection and found a chance of survival in a dangerous place. Earthly Fiend 72 stars, the Leader Star, the Fiend Star, the Brave Star, the Outstanding Star, the Magnificent Star, the Majestic Star, the Heroic Star, the Strange Star, the Fierce Star, the Literature Star, the Righteous Star, the Pie Star, the Complete Star, the Short Star, the Horn Star, the Prisoner Star, the Earth Treasure Star, the Earth Beast Star, the Minute Star, the Intelligent Star, the Savage Star, the Silent Star, the Savage Star, the Savage Star, the Mad Star, the Flying Star, the Walking Star, the Skillful Star, the Bright Star, the Advancing Star, the Retreating Star, the Full Star, the Sway Star, the Complete Star, the Demonic Star, the Tranquil Star, the Fugitive Star, the Isolated Star, the Complete Star, the Short Star, the Horn Star, the Prisoner Star, the Earth Treasure Star, the Earth Eye Star, the Evil Star, the Ugly Star, the Number Star, the Ean Star, the Punishment Star, the Sturdy Star, the Inferior Star, the Healthy Star, the Rat Star, the Thief Star, and the Dog Star. The 72 earthly fiend stars took the prisoner star. Imprisoned here. In this place, he was rescued from death. Lin Feng deduced thousands of times according to the dragon-seeking art. In the end, he deduced the 9 gates of life, and death took life. The 8 trigrams took life. The 36 heavenly dipper transformations took life from the dead. The 72 earthly fiend stars took the prisoner star. Lin Feng connected the 4 great array cores into one. A small path appeared. He jumped out along the small path. A few catapults. Lin Feng rushed out of the great array. Seeing Lin Feng rush out, the dragon rabbit, who was originally proud of itself, was so scared that its hair stood on end. It ran towards the depths. We can't escape. Lin Feng chased after it. One fled, one chased. They rushed into the depths of the valley. When Lin Feng and the dragon rabbit rushed into the depths of the valley, their eyes widened. They looked at the things that appeared in the depths of the valley in disbelief. Chapter 763. In the twisted darkness, a man in a black robe could be seen sitting cross-legged. He was emitting a dark aura. He looked like a grim reaper who had just walked out of hell. Terrifying, suffocating, demonic aura. Lin Feng was shocked. He had never felt such a powerful demonic aura before. Lin Feng had seen the demonic emperors, the blood demon emperor, and the sky demon emperor before. Blood demon emperor and celestial demon emperor, these 2 supreme experts of the devil Tao, were nothing compared to this expert before them. It was like the light of a firefly competing with the moon. There was no comparison at all. It was hard to imagine how powerful this demonic cultivator was. Such a terrifying demonic cultivator was in seclusion. How could anyone just barge in like that? Who would dare to? Only death awaited. The dragon rabbit was trembling in fear. It jumped onto Lin Feng's neck and grabbed Lin Feng's head, its little body trembling. Lin Feng felt his mouth go dry. He gathered his thoughts and said, "I have mistakenly entered this place. Please forgive me." The mysterious demonic cultivator did not speak. Lin Feng's expression was solemn. At this moment, he did not know whether to leave or stay. Inside the demonic orb, the demon lord, who was sitting on a lone grave, frowned slightly and said, "He's dead." "He's dead?" Lin Feng was shocked, but then he let out a long breath. He looked at the demonic cultivator carefully. He had been dead for who knew how many years, but he was still alive. His aura was terrifying. He did not seem like a dead person. How terrifying. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The dragon rabbit pulled on Lin Feng's head, as if urging Lin Feng to take it away quickly. At this moment, the dragon rabbit was so frightened that it could not take a single step. This little thing was psychic. Thus, it was very sensitive to dangerous auras. Now, the dragon rabbit could feel great danger. And the danger came from the demonic corpse. Even though the demonic corpse had been dead for who knew how many tens of thousands of years, it was still indestructible. Lin Feng did not go forward, because if he rashly stepped forward, the pressure emitted by the demonic corpse would be able to kill him. Right at this moment, the demonic orb in Lin Feng's dantian trembled slightly. Whoosh! Light flashed. A mass of distorted black fog appeared. The demon lord stood in the black fog and looked at the mysterious demon corpse. When the demon lord appeared, Dragon Rabbit fainted from fright. This black-bellied rabbit is actually so scared. Lin Feng put the dragon rabbit into the beast-controlling pouch. Following this, he looked at the demon lord and asked, "Who is that demon corpse?" You know him?" The demon lord did not answer Lin Feng. He walked towards the demonic corpse step by step. In a voice that only he could hear, he murmured, "I really didn't think that you would die here, dark demon monarch. Back then, it was said that you went to search for the legendary Tao of Destiny. You wanted to use the Tao of Destiny to break through the shackles of the world and seek immortality. But I never thought that you would end up like this." The demon lord's eyes flashed with memories. It had been too long. Memories from the immemorial era. Even though the demon lord had been revived, but many of his memories had already become extremely blurry. The demon lord sat on the lonely grave and pondered. He sat there for a few days without moving. He was trying hard to remember. He hoped that he could recall those forgotten memories. After you left, the immemorial war broke out, but there is one memory that I can't remember. I hope that you still have some remaining memories. The demon lord reached out and grabbed the dark demon monarch's corpse. He wanted to use the dark demon monarch's corpse to find some memories of the past. Lin Feng quickly retreated because he did not know if something terrible would happen. When the demon lord's hand grabbed the dark demon monarch's corpse, suddenly, a terrifying power of darkness surged out. That dark power instantly enveloped the demon lord. Moreover, that dark power actually wanted to devour the demon lord. The demon lord's expression suddenly changed. Obviously, the current situation was something that the demon lord did not expect. Black flames surged out. The demon lord's body was instantly enveloped by the burning black flames. Then, the demon lord's body began to burn. Break. The demon lord roared angrily, trying to break the black flames that enveloped his body. But he failed. A gloomy voice came from the black flames. "You can't break it. This is the black flame god burning fire. You are now a primordial spirit without a physical body. You can't resist it." The gloomy voice came out. "It's you, the fire spirit of the black flame god burning fire. Weren't you already killed back then?" The demon lord looked at the distorted face in the black flames in shock. It was the fire spirit of the black flame god burning fire. "Back then, you 6 emperors besieged me and thought that you had destroyed my consciousness, but I was actually deceiving you. Do you know why I was refined by the dark demon monarch? It was because I used the legends of the Tao of Destiny to reach an agreement with the dark demon monarch. He promised that he would not destroy my consciousness, and I would submit to him and tell him the secrets of the Tao of Destiny." The fire spirit said coldly. The demon lord said, "No wonder the dark demon monarch's strength increased so much in such a short period of time. He even became the first on the imperial ranking of the Undying Realm. So, it was because of you. Could it be that the dark demon monarch was plotted to death by you?" The Hualing said proudly, "That's right. The dark evil monarch thought he could control me, but he's completely wrong. The heavenly flames were born at the beginning of the world. They're unimaginably ancient. I have my own ways to deal with the dark, evil monarch. When he was fighting against a strong cultivator, I broke the imprint he placed on my soul, then attacked his soul by surprise and devoured it." The demon lord smiled coldly. "Hee, is it really that simple? You're obviously trapped here. If I'm not mistaken, you must have been hit by the dark demon monarch's great curse technique. He's most proficient in curses. You can't escape from his body. You'll be trapped here until you die." The fire spirit angrily said, "That's right. I was indeed cursed by the dark demon monarch. In 10 years, I would have died, but I never thought that you would appear here. I've devoured your soul, so I can naturally break the dark demon monarch's curse. His curse's power has been weakened to an extreme since the ancient times, so this is the best opportunity for me to escape." "You're so confident that you can devour me? asked the demon lord coldly. The fire spirit smiled coldly. You and I are not even a billionth of the ancient times. In other words, we're extremely weak. We can't use all the techniques we used in the past. But I'm stronger than you in one aspect, and that's my fire origin. You'll definitely be devoured by me. As soon as he finished speaking, the black, heavenly flame began to burn. The demon lord cried out in pain. Is the demon lord going to die? I'll just run away. When he saw that, Lin Feng turned around and tried to leave. The demon lord shouted, Where are you going? If he escapes, and you control the purple earthcore fire, do you think he'll let you live? Come back and kill his will with me. The heavenly flames are yours. If you refine a second type of heavenly flame, you'll become much stronger. You'll also get many benefits. Lin Feng's expression was gloomy. If he joined forces with the demon lord, he would probably die. But if he didn't join forces, maybe the demon lord was right. He would definitely die. I'll kill the fire spirit of the black flames burning god fire, and then I'll absorb the fire essence of the celestial flame. If I can get a second fire essence of the celestial flame, my cultivation will increase even more. I'll kill the brave and starve the cowardly. Chapter 764. Purple Earthcore Fire. Come out! Lin Feng shouted. He immediately took out the heaven fire he had refined. The purple earthcore fire flew out and hovered in the air. Lin Feng asked, What should I do now? Divine sense. Fuse your divine sense with the purple earthcore fire and attack the black god-incinerating fire with me. The demon lord said somewhat anxiously. Clearly, the demon lord was in a very bad situation. His power was constantly weakening. This was because the black god-incinerating fire was devouring him. The black god-incinerating fire said, Kid, don't listen to his nonsense. You know who he is? In the ancient times, he was one of the tycoons of the undying world. He killed people without blinking. His primordial spirit was destroyed, and only a remnant of his soul was left. That's why he didn't attack you. I know his character too well. When his primordial spirit gradually recovers, you'll die without a grave. As for me, the black flames burning godly flame, I won't attack you. It's too dangerous for heavenly flames to devour each other. It's very likely that you'll die. I don't want to take that risk. The relationship between Lin Feng and the demon lord was much better now. That was why he trusted the demon lord more, not the black god-incinerating fire. When the dark demonic monarch had reached an agreement with the black god-incinerating fire, he had been tricked to death. How could Lin Feng believe him? Shut up. Lin Feng sneered, and his divine sense fused with the purple earthcore fire. Then he quickly flew over. Lin Feng controlled the purple earthcore fire to envelop the black god-incinerating fire. The black god-incinerating fire emitted terrifying undulations. At this moment, Lin Feng could feel the purple earthcore fire trembling. This was the suppression of the heaven fire. The black god-incinerating fire was a darkness-type heaven fire. There were a total of 5 darkness-type heaven fires. They were dark monarch fire, dark god-devouring fire, dark sky-devouring fire, dark apocalyptic fire, and dark god-incinerating fire. The dark god-incinerating fire was ranked 5th among the 5 darkness-type heaven fires. Even so, among the 72 types of heavenly flames, the dark god-burning flame was ranked 65. The purple earthcore fire was ranked 67th. The purple core fire was in front of the black flame burning god fire. It was a low-level heavenly fire, even if there was only a small difference between the heavenly flames. However, it would also form a huge racial oppression. Therefore, the suppression he received was very great. Now, The purple earthcore fire was being oppressed by the heavenly fire. Lin Feng felt that the purple earthcore fire seemed to want to escape. Ignite the source! The demon lord also realized that something was wrong, and he began to burn his own power source. Burning the source. Usually, it was at the last moment when there was really no other way. Only then would someone choose to do this, because the damage was too great. Right now, the purple earthcore fire was suppressed by the black earthcore fire and wanted to escape. Therefore, the demon lord had no choice but to use his last resort. The demon lord obviously wanted to borrow the power of the purple flame core fire and the soul-burning origin to fight to the death with the black flame burning god fire's fire spirit. After burning one's own essence, a large amount of pure energy was produced. This energy was all poured into the purple earthcore fire. With the infusion of this majestic energy, the purple earthcore fire also became stronger. Bang! The purple earthcore fire began to collide with the black flame burning god fire. The two heavenly flames fiercely collided. Damn it! The black flame burning god fire's fire spirit could not help but angrily shout. Originally, he was about to devour the demon lord. Now it was all for naught. The black flame burning god fire's fire spirit was naturally extremely angry. He coldly looked at Lin Feng and threatened, "Brat, hurry up and withdraw the heavenly flames. Otherwise, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." Lin Feng sneered. "It's still not certain who will win. Who knows? I might refine you later." "Then we'll see." The black flame burning god fire was furious. He also began to burn his source energy to activate the black flame burning god fire's heavenly flames. Bang, bang, bang. The two sides constantly collided. This was a life and death battle. Either you die or I die. Therefore, there was no way to retreat. Yao Jun was burning his soul origin energy without any regard for his life. The black flame burning god fire was doing the same. The two sides engaged in a tug of war. But in this continuous tug of war, Lin Feng could feel it. The demon lord was getting weaker and weaker. Originally, the demon lord had not been revived for long. Such a large consumption. Naturally, he would gradually be unable to hold on. This made Lin Feng's expression slightly ugly. If the demon lord was defeated and killed, then he would also die. "It seems that you can't hold on much longer," the black flame burning god fire's fire spirit spoke in a gloomy voice. The demon lord did not speak, his expression solemn. He continued to burn his source energy. But in the end, the source energy would be almost exhausted. Seeing this battle, Lin Feng also knew that this battle had reached the most critical moment. He had to help the demon lord defeat the black flame burning god fire's fire spirit. Or else, they would all die then. Lin Feng's gaze locked onto the Xianming demon book. The Xianming demon book was the same as the demon orb. They were both extremely strange and abnormally powerful. Lin Feng tried to summon the Xianming demon book. But what made Lin Feng speechless was that the Xianming demon book did not move at all. "One drop of immortal god blood. How about you attack once?" Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Shua. The Xianming demon book immediately flew out. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth could not help but twitch. This Xianming demon book was really too strange. But the Xianming demon book did not attack the black flame burning god fire's fire spirit. It was waiting. Lin Feng endured the pain and forced out a drop of immortal god blood. It dripped onto the Xianming demon book. As long as he could kill the black flame burning god fire's fire spirit, then he could obtain the black flame burning god fire's source energy. This drop of immortal god blood, it was not in vain. It swallowed a drop of immortal god blood. The Xianming demon book's demonic light covered the sky and rushed over. That's When the black flame burning Godfire's fire spirit saw the Xianming demon book rushing over, it was shocked. Haha, look again. Seeing the Xianming demon book attack, the demon lord laughed and joined forces with the Xianming demon book. An even more intense battle erupted. 2 hours later, billions of years ago, I schemed to kill the dark demonic monarch. It wasn't easy for me to live until now and see the hope of escaping. But now I have to die here. I can't accept this. The black flame burning Godfire's fire spirit roared with unwillingness, but in the next moment, its primordial spirit was destroyed by the demon lord and the Xianming demon book. Then, the demon lord and the Xianming demon book quickly devoured the black flame burning Godfire's primordial spirit fragments. After that, the demon lord quickly returned to the demon pearl. The Xianming demon book quickly flew back to Lin Feng's dantian and hid. As for the source energy, it floated in the air. Should he refine it? Should he refine it or not? If he refined it, the two types of heavenly flames would clash, and he would die. If he didn't refine it, he would miss out on this opportunity. Lin Feng only hesitated for a moment before swallowing the black flame burning god fire. Boom! The black flame burning god fire's source energy and Lin Feng's purple earth core fire collided violently. Wah! Lin Feng's body was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Two types of heavenly flames. As expected, they couldn't merge. Boom! An even more terrifying collision followed. Crack! Crack! Lin Feng's physical body started cracking like a piece of porcelain. Damn it, am I going to die? Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. He wasn't willing to die like this. Lin Feng circulated the 9 drops of undying divine blood in his body. Waves of tyrannical undying energy spread out from the 9 drops of undying divine blood. It surged into Lin Feng's limbs and bones. Lin Feng's body was quickly repaired. Under the constant attacks of the two types of heavenly flames, Lin Feng's body was constantly destroyed and repaired by the undying divine blood. If it wasn't for the undying divine blood, he would have died countless times. After 6 hours of crazy collisions. Finally, the two types of heavenly flames finally sank. Refine. Powerful magic power surged into the black flame burning god fire. Next, the black flame burning god fire was branded with Lin Feng's aura. Waves of terrifying power. Suddenly, it exploded. Boom! Powerful waves surged out of Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's magic power rose crazily. His cultivation base was rising steadily. Yin-Yang Realm 2nd Firmament. Yin-Yang Realm 3rd Firmament. Yin-Yang Realm 4th Firmament. Chapter 766. Look, that's the Twin Dragon Mountain Range. A large group of cultivators arrived in front of a mountain range and pointed at it. From afar, the mountain range looked like 2 dragons bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. The reason so many cultivators had come was because a cultivator accidentally entered the Twin Dragon Mountain Range and saw a rainbow immortal tree there. The rainbow immortal tree could bear rainbow immortal fruits. This was a natural treasure. It was extremely rare. It was very valuable. 1 rainbow immortal fruit could extend one's life by 100 years. A cultivator could eat 5 rainbow immortal fruits at most. 5 rainbow immortal fruits could extend a cultivator's life by 500 years. If a treasure like the rainbow immortal fruit was put up for auction, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Are we going to look for the rainbow immortal tree now? Asked a cultivator. He couldn't wait to enter the mountain range and explore. There are countless restrictions in the Twin Dragon Mountain Range, and danger lurks everywhere. We need a spirit formation master to lead the way. Otherwise, there's only a slim chance of survival. Many cultivators who were eager to enter the mountain range to look for the rainbow immortal tree quickly stopped. a middle-aged cultivator asked, "Is there a spirit formation master among you?" At that moment, an old man said, "I've already sent someone to invite Grandmaster Wu Yan." When they heard Grandmaster Wu Yan's name, many people began to discuss spiritedly. Grandmaster Wu Yan was a high-grade, Earth-rank spirit formation master. He had a very high reputation in the East Sea world. If Grandmaster Wu Yan came, he would definitely be able to pass through the Twin Dragon Mountain Range unimpeded. While these cultivators were waiting for Grandmaster Wu Yan's arrival, a man and a beast walked out of the Twin Dragon Mountain Range. It was a very strange pair. It was a young cultivator and a rabbit. "Look, it's a dragon rabbit." When they saw the rabbit, a cultivator immediately cried out in surprise. "Is that the fruit the dragon rabbit is eating rainbow immortal fruits?" The rumors are true. Dragon rabbits can find natural treasures. Many people looked at the dragon rabbit beside Lin Feng. Suddenly, the cultivator's eyes burned with desire. Dragon rabbits were exotic beasts. They could freely travel through dangerous great formations. They could enter many dangerous places to find natural treasures. If they could obtain a dragon rabbit, natural treasures could be said to be inexhaustible. It was said that the ancient gods of the primordial age searched everywhere for traces of dragon rabbits, but they couldn't find them. That was because such creatures were simply too rare. The dragon rabbit jumped onto Lin Feng's shoulder and stared at the cultivators around it. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect there were so many cultivators outside. Lin Feng, however, he didn't mind. He walked outside. "Brat, stop right there." Suddenly, he heard a cold voice. A dozen or so cultivators walked out from the crowd. Lin Feng. He actually knew the person who spoke. Li Lithe, young master of the Lihua Island. Back then, the nether demon shark had failed its tribulation. Many cultivators were fighting for the nether demon shark's origin. Li Ziki was among them. But Lin Feng and Ziqi weren't friends. He looked at Li Li and asked, "What's the matter?" Li Li smiled and said, "It seems that you've already obtained the rainbow immortal fruit in the Twin Dragon Mountain Range. You have a beast like the dragon rabbit, so you must have obtained many natural treasures, right? So many of us went through so much trouble to come here. You can't expect us to return empty-handed, right? Why don't you share those natural treasures with us?" Li Li clearly wanted to gain something without risking anything. Lin Feng said calmly, "If you want natural treasures, go find them yourself." Li Li sneered and said, "Everyone, this kid has a dragon rabbit. Who knows how many good things he's collected? Since he doesn't know what's good for him, why don't we kill him and take his treasures?" Many people were tempted by Ziqi's words. The world of cultivators. It was a world of mutual deception. Killing people to steal treasures was common. And Lin Feng was just one person. As the saying went, "A man's wealth is his own ruin." Many people were not only eyeing Lin Feng's natural treasures, but they were also eyeing Lin Feng's pet, the dragon rabbit. Natural treasures would disappear after they were used up. However, if they could steal the dragon rabbit, then they would be able to continuously search for natural treasures. A cultivator sneered and said, "Kid, if you want to live, hand over the natural treasures and the dragon rabbit, and we'll spare your life." Lin Feng looked at the surrounding cultivators indifferently and said coldly, "If you're not afraid of death, you can come and take them." "Everyone, what are you waiting for? Kill this kid, and you'll definitely get a lot of good things," shouted Ziqi furiously. He took out a flying sword and threw it at Lin Feng. When they saw Li Li attack, many greedy cultivators attacked as well. A total of 27 cultivators at the Yinyang realm and 100 cultivators at the Martial King realm attacked Lin Feng. Over 100 cultivators all took out extremely powerful weapons and threw themselves at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he held the bronze mirror in his hand. A green light swept out, and the magic treasures were swept away one by one. Bronze artifact! When they saw the bronze mirror in Lin Feng's hand, many cultivators' eyes shone with greed. Any bronze artifact was a priceless treasure, Li Ziki shouted. Everyone, this kid seems to have a lot of treasures on him. We must attack with all our strength and not hold back. Kill him quickly. Otherwise, he might run away. When they heard Li Ziki's words, the cultivators who were besieging Lin Feng nodded. Many people took out their most powerful magic treasures. Hundreds of cultivators activated their magic treasures to attack Lin Feng while using powerful secret techniques. The magic treasures and secret techniques gathered together, forming a torrent of attacks that flooded over. That aura was too terrifying. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the battle found it difficult to bear, and their faces turned pale. I'm afraid that kid is going to be killed, many cultivators said with pale faces. They looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at a dead man. They didn't think that Lin Feng could withstand the strongest attack of hundreds of experts. Lin Feng jumped into the air when he saw the dense amount of attacks moving towards him. Those attacks immediately exploded in midair. The hundreds of cultivators who were besieging Lin Feng looked gloomy. They obviously didn't expect Lin Feng to dodge this attack. These people continued to launch more powerful attacks on Lin Feng. At this time, the dense power of lightning condensed in Lin Feng's right hand. Sky Tyrant Lightning Art, Lin Feng shouted in a low voice, and a huge ball of lightning about 100 meters in diameter condensed. Lin Feng floated in midair and directly smashed this huge ball of lightning into the crowd. Boom! The ball of lightning exploded. Waves of destructive aura surged out. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately after, the cultivators' bodies exploded. Even the Yin-Yang realm cultivators couldn't bear it, and their bodies exploded into a bloody mist. How could this be? Li Ziki cried out in disbelief. He quickly took out a treasure-level defensive magic treasure to block it. However, the treasure-level defensive magic treasure was instantly destroyed. Li Ziki's face was pale, and he regretted it. Why did he provoke this guy? In the next moment, Li Ziki's body also exploded. Those cultivators who were originally attacking Lin Feng didn't dare to attack Lin Feng anymore. They all frantically fled into the distance. However, no one could escape. The energy of the explosion of the ball of lightning condensed by the Sky Tyrant Lightning Art devoured everyone. Bang, 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 miserable screams sounded. The sound of bodies exploding could be heard one after another. When the energy of the explosion dissipated, everyone saw that the center of the battle was filled with broken limbs. 27 Yin-Yang realm cultivators. More than 100 Martial King realm cultivators. They were all killed by that young cultivator in one move. Isn't this too terrifying? He killed so many experts in one move. Everyone looked at Lin Feng, who was standing in midair. Many people secretly rejoiced that they didn't make a move just now. Otherwise, he would have already become a dead man. Lin Feng glanced at the surrounding cultivators indifferently and left with the dragon rabbit. Only after Lin Feng left did they leave. Only then did the cultivators here dare to breathe heavily. Many people directly sat on the ground, paralyzed. It's too terrifying. Who is he? He looks to be about 20 years old, but he has such heaven-defying strength. A middle-aged cultivator said with a pale face. Many people shook their heads. They also wanted to know. Chapter 767. Lin Feng and Dragon Rabbit went deep into dangerous places to search for natural treasures. Although it was dangerous, the gains were huge. Lin Feng obtained many good things. He had consumed many natural treasures during this period of time to stabilize his cultivation. Next, he had to prepare to break through to the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. This level was called the 5 elements realm. The 5 elements would merge and circulate endlessly. It wasn't easy to break through to the 5 elements realm. Countless yin-yang realm cultivators had been trapped in the 4th firmament of the yin-yang realm. They couldn't break through to the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. If he wanted to break through, he had to cultivate the 5 elements' divine powers first. The 5 elements were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. What was a divine power? The impossible has happened, said Lin Feng. When such a situation occurs, we call it a divine power. For example, if you stood in place and grabbed your head, you would still be standing in place under normal circumstances. However, if you grabbed your head and floated in midair, that would be a divine power. Cultivators cultivated all kinds of powerful secret techniques, such as ancient secret techniques, primordial secret techniques, primordial secret techniques, and primordial secret techniques. When cultivators learned these secret techniques before breaking through to the yin-yang realm, they wouldn't be able to display the power of these secret techniques. However, these secret techniques were far more powerful than ordinary martial arts moves. Therefore, cultivators would distinguish these inheritances from ordinary martial arts moves. This was called a secret technique. However, cultivators broke through to the yin-yang realm and grasped dermic powers. When they used dermic powers to execute these moves, their true power would be displayed. For example, Lin Feng used the Sky Tyrant lightning art. When he was a martial king, he could at most condense a lightning ball the size of a bowl. However, after breaking through to the yin-yang realm, the lightning ball condensed would reach a diameter of 100 meters, and its power would increase by 100 times. It was hard to believe that this was real. The difference was the difference between a secret technique and a divine power. To put it simply, the same move, primordial inheritance, primeval inheritance, desolate antiquity inheritance, and primeval inheritance. When one hadn't broken through to the yin-yang realm, one used true qi, martial artists, martial masters, and martial general realm possessed true qi. And gang qi, martial king realm cultivators' true qi would transform into gang qi. To activate this move, it was called a secret art. After breaking through to the yin-yang realm, one could use spiritual power. Yin-yang realm cultivators could generate spiritual power in their mind to activate these moves. At this time, these moves were called divine abilities. Primordial divine ability, primordial divine ability, primordial divine ability, primordial divine ability. This was the classification of the 4 major types. Among the 4 major categories, there were many more detailed categories. Among them, the 5 elements divine arts were the basic divine arts of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. If he wanted to break through to the 5th level of the yin-yang realm, he needed to cultivate the 5 elements divine ability. The 5 elements divine ability formed a 5 elements cycle in his body. That way, he would be able to break through. Right now, Lin Feng didn't cultivate the 5 elements divine arts. This was because he didn't have any 5 elements divine ability here. Moreover, Lin Feng had just broken through from the martial king realm to the yin-yang realm not long ago. Then, he broke through 3 levels in a row. He reached the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. The breakthrough speed was too fast. Right now, he needed to stabilize his cultivation. Otherwise, if his foundation was unstable in the future, it would cause great harm to his cultivation. Lin Feng constantly looked for powerful, fierce beasts to challenge to stabilize his realm. On this day, Lin Feng heard that in the depths of the ruins of God, there was an extremely ancient ruin. It was said that it was the ruins of a great war between the gods. In the ruins, there was the inheritance of the gods. This attracted the attention of countless cultivators. When Lin Feng arrived, he found that there was already a sea of people. Cultivators were everywhere. Lin Feng saw a few terrifying figures. The Empress, Granny of Tianshan, Cui Zia, Ying Yuqian, and the others. These were all experts at the level of ancient giants. They're here too. Lin Feng frowned. He planned to retreat. This was because Lin Feng's secret had already been exposed in the world of the 33 steps of heaven. Right now, the demon lord was severely injured in the life and death battle with the black flame god burning fire, and seemed to have fallen silent. In this situation, if he met Cui Zia, Ying Yuqian, and the other ancient giants, he would definitely die. Not to mention, in the ruins of God, Lin Feng had already obtained a huge harvest. Now that he had been in the ruins of God for a few months, he planned to leave the ruins of God and return to the Blue Cloud sect. As for the opportunity in the deepest part, he did not plan to look for it. In the battlefield of the gods, there were broken restrictions everywhere. Once one entered, it would definitely be a situation of 9 deaths. If these cultivators entered to search for opportunities, countless people would probably die miserably inside. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave, a gentle voice sounded. "May I ask if you are junior brother Lin Feng?" Lin Feng looked over and found that the person who spoke was a woman. She was tall and wore a long dress. She was extremely beautiful, and there was a trace of charm between her eyebrows. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes, I am. May I know how to address you, senior sister?" "Hanyasi. I wonder if junior brother has heard of me?" the woman asked with a smile. "Are you Han Yasi, one of the 72 core disciples of the sect?" Lin Feng was slightly surprised. "That's right." Han Yasi nodded. Lin Feng did not expect Han Yasi to know him. However, when he thought about it, it did make sense. Although core disciples were high and mighty, they would still pay attention to the rising disciples of the inner sect. Thus, it was not inconceivable that Han Yasi had seen his information. Lin Feng smiled and said, "I didn't expect to see someone from the sect here. Senior sister, are you planning to enter the battlefield of the gods?" Han Yasi nodded and said, "I am indeed planning to do so. I already have a few friends who are planning to enter the battlefield of the gods. I once saw that junior brother obtained a bronze mirror in Macho's cave. It's extremely powerful, so I wanted to invite junior brother to explore it together. What do you think?" Lin Feng said, "I plan to return to the sect. As for the battlefield of the gods, I don't plan to explore it. So, senior sister Han, I'm sorry." Han Yasi felt a little regretful. She nodded and chatted with Lin Feng for a while before bidding him farewell. As for Lin Feng, he flew out of the ruins of gods. Evening. The sky gradually darkened. He passed by a valley. Suddenly, runes intertwined within the valley. Terrifying fluctuations swept through the area. A large formation was instantly activated. Lin Feng was trapped by the deployment spell. A formation. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He, just as I expected. When I saw you leave the battlefield of the gods and head in this direction, I came to a place where you had to pass to leave and set up a formation. I wanted to trap and kill you here." A cold laugh suddenly rang out. The formation intertwined. White fog curled up. A beautiful woman with long legs and a slender waist walked in from outside the formation. "Hu Fengjiao." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the person who had set up the formation to trap him. Chapter 768. Hu Fengjiao. She was at the peak of the Yin-Yang realm. She was extremely powerful. Lin Feng had fought with Hu Fengjiao before. At that time, Lin Feng had just broken through to the Yin-Yang realm, so he was not her match. But at that moment, Lin Feng's cultivation level had increased by 3 levels. Even Hu Fengjiao, Lin Feng believed that he could fight her. Lin Feng's magic power formed an ocean in his mind. He had accumulated so much magic power that even many peak yin-yang realm cultivators could not compare to Lin Feng. Hu Fengjiao looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "Today, you've fallen into the formation. No matter how fast you are, you won't be able to escape. If you know what's good for you, you'll obediently surrender. Then, you'll suffer less." Lin Feng smiled faintly. He looked at Hu Fengjiao and said, "You're quite confident in yourself." Hu Fengjiao said, "It's naturally easy to deal with you." "Then let's try and see who will be the victor today." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng directly rushed towards Hu Fengjiao. Hu Fengjiao sneered when she saw that Lin Feng dared to attack first. She quickly rushed towards Lin Feng and attacked Lin Feng with her palm. A huge flaming palm condensed in the void. The flaming palm descended from the sky. It was just like when the Buddha had suppressed the sacred battle ape in the primordial age, overturning the heavens. It was directly suppressed. "Break!" Lin Feng shouted coldly. He stepped forward in the void and waved his right fist. Endless lightning condensed. Sky tyrant lightning. Lightning condensed. Lin Feng punched. Endless lightning surged into the sky. The ball of lightning collided with the flaming palm. Both of them were annihilated. "You actually managed to block my attack," said Lin Feng. Hu Fengjiao's expression was full of disbelief. That attack just now. She had used 70% of her strength, but it had been blocked. Hu Fengjiao could not believe it. "You actually broke through?" Hu Fengjiao sensed Lin Feng's cultivation level, and her face suddenly changed. 2 months ago, Lin Feng had just entered the yin-yang realm. It had only been 2 months, and he had already broken through to the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. He broke through 3 levels in a row. In just over 2 months, he had walked a path that others would have taken several years or even more than 10 years to walk. Wasn't this too heaven-defying? Crack the sky, sword intent piercing the heavens. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he ignored Hu Fengjiao's shock. Saber radiance and sword chi, blade intent, sword spirit. In an instant, they became one. Its power was suddenly raised to the extreme, and it instantly blasted towards Hu Fengjiao. Feeling the power of this attack, Hu Fengjiao's expression changed slightly. That was because Lin Feng's attack had made her feel pressured. Descent of the Fire God. Hu Fengjiao snorted coldly as she performed thousands of hand seals. Endless flames surged in the void. Amidst the flames, a majestic godlike existence was slowly taking shape. Descending from the flames, becoming a god within the flames. "I am immortal," descent of the Fire God. The mysterious existence let out a series of deep roars. He stepped out of the flames. Then he attacked Lin Feng, combining the sword and the saber. Clang! The 2 sides collided. Terrifying energy surged out, and the surrounding forest was destroyed. The descent of the Fire God was shockingly powerful, and it blocked Lin Feng's attack. However, Hu Fengjiao's expression had become extremely ugly. She had never thought that Lin Feng would be so strong. Hu Fengjiao began to activate the array. She planned to use the array to deal with Lin Feng. Wind rises, clouds fly. A deep roar resounded. Wind rises. Hu Fengjiao, who was planning to use the array to deal with Lin Feng, had a serious expression. How could there be wind in the array? Boom! An aura that could destroy the heavens, and the earth surged out. At this moment, above Hu Fengjiao, a huge hand that covered the sky condensed. Lin Feng used the forbidden technique recorded in the immemorial dragonesque elephant art, the heaven-covering hand. The huge hand covered the sky. The palm struck down. What kind of divine ability is this? Hua Fengjiao's face turned pale when she saw the huge palm strike down. She couldn't believe it. A cultivator at the fourth firmament of the yin-yang realm. How could he be so powerful? But all of this was real. Lin Feng had displayed heaven-defying combat strength. Even she, a cultivator at the peak of the yin-yang realm, felt pressured. Martial soul, so close yet so far. Facing the attack of the heaven-covering hand, Hua Fengjiao summoned her martial soul. A cliff appeared. When the great heaven-covering hand came crashing down, it couldn't cross the cliff and hurt Hua Fengjiao. There's such a martial soul. Lin Feng was surprised. Hua Fengjiao's martial soul was really strange. It was actually a cliff. So close, yet so far. It seemed very close, but it was separated by a cliff. They were separated by billions of space-time. No matter how powerful one's moves were, they couldn't attack each other. Humph, no matter how powerful a martial soul is, it has a flaw. I'll forcefully break your martial soul. Lin Feng sneered. Tao destruction. Lin Feng summoned it. Boom. Tao destruction, heaven-covering hand. The two powerful attacks bombarded the illusory cliff. Crack, crack. The cliff shattered. Hua Fengjiao's expression changed. Bang. In the next moment, she was sent flying. Her face was pale. You actually broke my martial soul. Hua Fengjiao was dazed. She couldn't believe it. A cultivator at the fourth firmament of the yin-yang realm. He could actually crush a cultivator at the 10th firmament of the yin-yang realm. How could this be? Lin Feng stepped forward and said indifferently, You tried every means to catch me, but you're not strong enough. I'm afraid you'll fall into my hands today. Kid, don't be too proud. I still have a formation that hasn't been activated. Hua Fengjiao activated the formation. Screech. A flaming divine bird condensed and rushed towards Lin Feng. Fire Luan. This was a type of primordial beast. This formation was called the Fire Luan formation. It condensed fire luans to fight against enemies. If a creation realm cultivator was trapped in it, there was a chance that he or she would die. Therefore, even if she wasn't a match for Lin Feng, Hua Fengjiao wasn't afraid. Let's see how you'll die. Hua Fengjiao sneered. She could already see Lin Feng being killed by the Fire Luan. It's too early to be proud. I forgot to tell you that I'm the great elder of the Spirit Array Master Guild, said Lin Feng, smiling coldly. Deployment marks appeared one after another and quickly penetrated into the forest around him. How is this possible? You're so young. How can you be the great elder of the Spirit Array Master Guild? Hua Fengjiao shouted in disbelief. She naturally knew what the great elder of the Spirit Array Master Guild meant. That kind of existence was at least an advanced Earth-level Spirit Array Master. And she was only an intermediate Earth-level Spirit Array Master. In the next moment, Hua Fengjiao knew that everything Lin Feng had said was true. This was because many of the formation's cores had been destroyed. The fire luan that had condensed in the void dissipated. Lin Feng had already rushed in front of Hua Fengjiao. Tao destruction, Tao death. The two Tao words were cast at the same time to suppress Hua Fengjiao. Hua Fengjiao's expression changed drastically. She wanted to dodge, but it was too late. She hurriedly took out a defensive magic treasure to block. But the Tao destruction and Tao death were too powerful. With a crack, the defensive magic treasure was directly shattered. Hua Fengjiao was sent flying. Her magic power was directly scattered. Her body fell to the ground, and she couldn't muster any strength. She sensed her own condition. Chapter 769. Hua Fengjiao naturally knew that she would not have a good ending in Lin Feng's hands. She tried her best to think of a way to escape. But now, how could he still have a way to escape? For a moment, her mind was in a mess. Lin Feng looked at Hua Fengjiao. This woman did not just have a perfect body that could make one's blood boil. Her face was also exquisite and beautiful. The mature and charming aura she exuded was not something a young woman could compare to. There were many types of top-grade beauties. Some were pure, some were charming, some were simple, and some were shy. Hua Fengjiao belonged to the category of beauties. Lin Feng looked at Hua Fengjiao and said indifferently, "Did you not expect to fall into my hands? Now that you are, how do you think I should deal with you?" Hua Fengjiao's face was pale, but she did not say anything. Lin Feng walked over to Hua Fengjiao and grabbed her chin to make her look at him. "Bastard, let me go." Hua Fengjiao struggled. Lin Feng smiled. "You're really beautiful. You're even more charming than Tantai Xian." Hua Fengjiao's expression changed slightly when she saw Lin Feng's burning gaze. She seemed to have guessed what Lin Feng was thinking. She had lost all her magic power. She could not resist at all. As for a top-grade beauty like her, any man would be interested in her, right? Hua Fengjiao said. "How about we make a deal?" "What kind of deal?" Lin Feng asked. "In a certain place in the East Sea, there is a cultivator's cave left behind by an ancient expert. I'll tell you the location of the cave, and you let me go. How about that?" Hua Fengjiao said. Lin Feng sneered inwardly. Hua Fengjiao's eyes flashed with an undetectable coldness, but Lin Feng still noticed it. Hua Fengjiao wanted to use the information of the cultivator's cave to bait Lin Feng. Lin Feng guessed that the cultivator's cave was filled with danger. If one entered, they would definitely die. However, Lin Feng did not expose Hua Fengjiao's intentions. He simply said, "I'm not really interested in this cultivator's cave." "Then what do you want?" Hua Fengjiao's eyes flashed as she asked. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, and I'll let you go." Lin Feng said. 100,000? Why don't you just rob someone?" Hua Fengjiao screamed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Even if it was an ancient giant-level expert, 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, it would also be very strenuous, right? Not to mention her. Did this bastard take him for a fool? You want to rip me off? Hua Fengjiao wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Feng apart. Lin Feng asked, "How many do you have?" 3,000, Hua Fengjiao said. Lin Feng smiled coldly. "You want to get away with 3,000? Do you know that if it had been someone else, they would have died long ago? Do you know why I haven't killed you yet?" Lin Feng looked at Hua Fengjiao coldly. Hua Fengjiao bit her lip and remained silent. "I'm a person who loves women the most. Women of the highest quality should be loved by men. They're all masterpieces of the heavens. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill them?" As Lin Feng spoke, he caressed Hua Fengjiao's beautiful face. "In my eyes, you're one of those beautiful women. If anyone else had dared to plot against me like you did, they would have died long ago. You should be happy that you're still alive. But if you can't give me what I want in exchange for your life, you'll have to pay me with your body." Lin Feng smiled. "Pay me with my body?" Hua Fengjiao's expression changed. She was terrified. "You can't do that to me. When you wanted to kill me, did you feel pity for me?" "I don't think so. You must have been thinking about how to torture me after capturing me. If that's the case, why should I let you go?" As soon as he finished speaking, a ripping sound could be heard. Hua Fengjiao's clothes were torn. Hua Fengjiao hurriedly used her hands to protect herself. But so what? It didn't help. Lin Feng picked up Hua Fengjiao's soft body and walked towards a cave. Let me go. Let me go. Hu Fengjiao struggled, but she had lost all her magic power. She couldn't break free. After the storm, Hu Fengjiao stared at the stalactites above the cave. That detestable man had already left. As for herself, she had been mercilessly robbed again and again. The most detestable thing was, later, she had actually started to cooperate with him. It seems like you're enjoying yourself. You're actually cooperating. She thought of that man's words. Hu Fengjiao was both embarrassed and angry. I'll definitely kill you. When I break through to the creation realm, it'll be your death. Hu Fengjiao gritted her teeth. She put on her clothes. She also left the cave. As for Lin Feng, he directly left the ruins of God. Along the way, he didn't stop as he flew towards the cultivators' gathering place. Some of the cultivators' gathering places had teleportation arrays that led to the Six Lands. Lin Feng planned to take the teleportation array to Ao Lai Nation. He didn't know why Sikong Jiayue had suddenly left. Had he returned to the clan? As for the fire Qilin, Lin Feng was unable to see the fire Qilin in the ruins of God. But Lin Feng wasn't worried about the fire Qilin. No one could scheme against the fire Qilin. A month later, Lin Feng returned to the Ao Lai Nation's Sikong clan. Seeing that Lin Feng had returned, Sikong Xinyan was very happy. Didn't your brother come back? Lin Feng asked. Sikong Xinyan shook her head and said, Brother isn't with Brother Lin. We separated on the way, but you don't have to worry. Your brother should be back soon. Lin Feng said. Sikong Xinyan nodded. Lin Feng went to the Sikong clan's ancestral hall to look at Sikong Jiayue's Yuan spirit lamp. His Yuan spirit lamp was still burning. Sikong Jiayue hadn't come out. That guy didn't return to the clan, either. Where did he go? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. After staying in the Sikong clan for 3 days, Lin Feng planned to return to the Blue Cloud sect. Brother Lin, you must come and see me in the future. Sikong Xinyan said reluctantly, Don't worry. I'll come and see you when I have time, said Lin Feng, caressing Sikong Xianyan's head. The little girl's face turned pink. If you have any problems, you can go to the Myriad Flower Pavilion and ask for help. They'll help you deal with it. Lin Feng said. Xinyan will remember. Sikong Xinyan nodded. Lin Feng didn't stay any longer. He took a teleportation array from Ao Lai City to Northern Desolate City. 10 days later, Lin Feng returned to the Blue Cloud sect. There were only 2 months left before the inner courtyard competition, which was held once every 3 years, would begin. Therefore, the inner courtyard was bustling with noise and excitement. Many disciples were talking about the inner courtyard competition. At night, Lin Feng observed the 90,000 stars in the sky. He wanted to rest after cultivating, but the old drunkard had sneaked out of his residence again. What is the old drunkard looking for? Chapter 770. Lin Feng didn't go out. Everyone lived in the world and did their own things. They all had their own goals and plans, but that was someone else's business. The old drunkard was Lin Feng's friend, so he didn't ask what the old drunkard was doing. Now, I need to find the 5 elements' divine powers and use them to break through to the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The sect definitely had the 5 elements' divine powers. The Blue Cloud sect's 5 elements' divine powers were recorded in the records of the heavens. These 5 divine powers were called Metal Emperor's Strength, Greenwood Technique, Black Water Fist, Fire Emperor's Technique, and Earth Emperor's Slash. These 5 divine powers were all ancient divine powers. They were very precious. If you wanted to get them, you had to go to the mission hall to get the corresponding mission. Then, you had to earn a lot of sect contribution points. Only then could you exchange for these 5 divine powers. But soon, the inner courtyard competition would begin. Lin Feng planned to amaze everyone in the inner courtyard competition. He would take first place. Then, he would enter the small world to cultivate. That was the sacred place of the Blue Cloud sect. 1 day in the outside world, 10 days in there. The winner of the inner courtyard competition could cultivate for 3 months. These 3 months were calculated according to the time in the outside world. If it was calculated according to the time in the small world, it was equivalent to cultivating for 3 years. 3 years to seize life from the heavens. Therefore, Lin Feng was determined to get first place in the inner courtyard competition. I'll prepare for the inner courtyard competition first, then I'll think about the 5 elements' divine powers. Lin Feng made his decision. Half a month later, the Fire Qilin returned to the Blue Cloud sect. Hey, your cultivation has reached the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. The Fire Qilin looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, I obtained an opportunity in the ruins of God. First, I obtained a fragment of the world tree and refined it. Then, I refined a heavenly fire like the black flame God fire. My cultivation has reached the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. You're quite lucky. The Fire Qilin looked envious. Lin Feng sensed the Fire Qilin's situation and said, "It seems you've gained quite a lot. It seems to have produced godly power." The Fire Qilin sighed and said, "It's a pity that we only found a small amount of the spring of life. Even though I used the spring of life to awaken my withered body, I only recovered a small portion of my divine power." Lin Feng replied, "That can't be rushed, but now that I've recovered a portion of my godly power, it's something worth celebrating." The Fire Qilin said, "You're now at the 4th stage of the Yin-Yang realm. Next, you'll have to break through to the 5th stage of the Yin-Yang realm. The 5 elements cycle realm requires you to cultivate the 5 elements divine ability. Have you cultivated the 5 elements divine ability?" Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I'm also worried about the 5 elements divine ability. Does the Archean dragon-esque elephant art not have any records of the 5 elements?" Fire Qilin asked. "No." Lin Feng shook his head. "Since that's the case, I'll teach you the 5 elements technique. It's called the 5 Imperial Dragon Fists. It's an ancient technique created by the ancestors of the human race, the 5 great emperors of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and the great emperor of the true dragons." Fire Qilin said, "5 Imperial Dragon Fists, the supreme technique created by the ancestors of the human race, the 5 great emperors, and the great emperor of the true dragons." Lin Feng gasped. The primordial era, the ancestors of the human race were the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The 3 sovereigns referred to Sui Renshi, Fuxi, and Shennong. The 5 emperors referred to the Yellow Emperor, Zhuanshu, Diku, Yao, and Shun. These people were the sage emperors of the human race's history. They had made unprecedented contributions to the development of the human race, the inheritance of the 5 emperors. From this, one could see how powerful they were. The Fire Qilin said, "The 5 Imperial Dragon Fists. It's one of the strongest 5 elements divine abilities in the world, but ordinary people can't cultivate it because the 5 Imperial Dragon Fists contains the will of the great emperor of the true dragons. The body of the true dragons surpasses that of gods and demons. So cultivating the 5 Imperial Dragon Fists has very strict requirements. You've cultivated the Archean dragon-esque elephant art, and your body surpasses that of gods and demons of the same level. You meet these requirements." As soon as it finished speaking, the Fire Qilin transmitted the cultivation method of the 5 Imperial Dragon Fists to Lin Feng through divine will. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. He immediately checked the information. The Qing Emperor's demonic dragon fists the Scarlet Emperor's fire dragon fists, the White Emperor's golden dragon fists, the Black Emperor's water dragon fists, and the Yellow Emperor's divine dragon fists. Are these the 5 imperial dragon fists? Lin Feng asked. That's right. These are the 5 imperial dragon fists. The 5 imperial dragon fists can be cultivated separately. They correspond to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, if the 5 imperial dragon fists is cultivated to the peak, the 5 elements can be combined and complete a transformation. The fire Qilin said, 5 elements combined. Complete a transformation? Could it be that it will transform into an even more powerful divine ability? Lin Feng asked in shock. That's right. When the time comes, it will transform into the great Tao, the great 5 elements art. If you can transform to this level, you'll be able to peek into the great Tao of heaven and earth. I think you'll be able to break through to the God realm. The fire Qilin said. The 5 imperial dragon fists are that powerful? Lin Feng was shocked. A supreme divine ability created by the 5 ancestors of the human race, and the true dragon great emperor is naturally unimaginably powerful. The fire Qilin said matter-of-factly. Lin Feng nodded. It was indeed as the fire Qilin said. The 5 ancestors of the human race. They were existences on the same level as the immemorial dragon-esque elephant. Even the 5 great emperors existed even before the immemorial dragon-esque elephant's era. Lin Feng began to comprehend the 5 imperial dragon fists. His divine will entered his mind. He carefully looked at the cultivation method of the 5 imperial dragon fists. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Between the 5 elements, they promoted and restrained each other. Wood promoted fire, fire promoted earth, earth promoted metal, metal promoted water, and water promoted wood. Wood restrained earth, earth restrained water, water restrained fire, fire restrained metal, and metal restrained wood. The 5 divine abilities of the 5 imperial dragon fists evolved according to the principle of the 5 elements promoting and restraining each other. Lin Feng first cultivated the scarlet imperial fire dragon fists. This divine ability was extremely hot and yang. It was fierce and fiery. Once it was used, it was violent and domineering with endless power. And Lin Feng had now refined the purple earthcore fire and the black flame-burning divine fire. He had a deeper understanding of the great Tao of fire. So to cultivate the 5 imperial dragon fists, he had to start with the scarlet imperial fire dragon fists. This was the best choice. In the following days, Lin Feng would study the scarlet imperial fire dragon fists every day. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On this day, in the training room, Lin Feng practiced a set of fist techniques. The fist technique he practiced was the Scarlet Imperial Fire Dragon Fists. Every day, Lin Feng would practice thousands of fist techniques and then comprehend the mysteries within. Finally, after a month of hard work, Lin Feng had some understanding. Behind Lin Feng was Lin Feng. Flames soared to the sky. In the flames, a man wearing a flaming dragon robe appeared. That man was noble, ancient, powerful, and looked down at the heavens. This was actually a Scarlet Emperor. The Scarlet Emperor, the sacred spirit of fire. Beside the Scarlet Emperor, a fire dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring and shaking the sky. When Lin Feng practiced the fist technique, the shadows of the Scarlet Emperor and the fire dragon appeared. After a month of hard work, Chapter 771. The night was slightly cold. It was already late at night. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the peak of a mountain. He looked at the bright moon and pondered about his Tao. Tao. It was very important. What was Tao? A simple explanation was one's own path. To comprehend the heavenly Tao, one had to find a suitable path in the heavenly Tao. The ancient emperors. Successful Tao validation. Only then could one break through the shackles of the God realm and become an emperor realm expert. But even more people failed in their own Tao. In the end, they died and disappeared in the long river of history. If ordinary cultivators didn't have the ambition to become an emperor, they naturally didn't have to establish their own Tao. If one cultivated according to the Tao of others, they might be able to become an expert. But this kind of person was destined to be unable to become a god or emperor. Lin Feng shouldered the heavy responsibility of finding his clansmen and rescuing his mother. He wanted to prove his Tao and become an emperor. Perhaps this was the only way to successfully find his clansmen and rescue his mother in the future. Therefore, comprehending his own Tao was too important for Lin Feng. Tao, what exactly is my Tao? Lin Feng muttered. The Archean dragonesque elephant. Art was the Tao of the Archean dragonesque elephant. The sky tyrant thunder. Art was the Tao of the Archean thunder god. And what Lin Feng needed was his own Tao. He wanted to make his Tao. He wanted to establish it as the core. And all the divine abilities that he cultivated, whether it was the Archean dragonesque elephant art, the sky tyrant thunder art, or the 5 emperor dragon fists, they all revolved around his Tao. However, how difficult was it to comprehend the Tao? Even with Lin Feng's strong comprehension ability, he was still unable to comprehend it. The Tao originates from the heart. At this moment, a voice sounded. A middle-aged man walked over. Lin Feng looked over. It was actually the heaven-patching peak master, Yu Batian. He quickly stood up and bowed to Yu Batian. Sit down. Yu Batian smiled. Lin Feng knew that Yu Batian's body had a serious problem. It was not something that could be cured with medicinal stones. Therefore, Yu Batian left the Blue Cloud sect to travel around. It had been nearly 3 years since he left. Lin Feng felt happy from the bottom of his heart when he saw Ji Batian return. Senior, are you feeling better? Lin Feng asked. Yu Batian sat down opposite Lin Feng. He smiled and said, Don't worry, I've already recovered. That's really fortunate. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Ma Batian was like a close elder. He naturally hoped that Pai Batian could recover. You've become stronger very quickly, but you need to stabilize your cultivation. After pausing for a moment, Yu Batian continued. The path of cultivation is about progressing step by step. You need to be steady and steady. Only then can your foundation be firm. For example, if the foundation is not firm, then no matter how tall or grand the hall is, it will be nothing more than a fleeting cloud. It will be easy for it to collapse. It's the same with cultivation. If your foundation is not firm, then it will be difficult for you to achieve much. Yu Butian's words were obviously a reminder to Lin Feng. Now, he needed to stabilize his cultivation. He wasn't in a hurry to break through. I will remember. Lin Feng said solemnly. Mi Batian was like an elder, teaching him earnestly and attentively. Yu Batian then asked, Have you comprehended your own Tao? I'm slow-witted. Over the past few years, I've been trying to establish my own Tao, but I haven't made any progress. Lin Feng said, You're not slow-witted. You're just too stubborn. Yu Batian then asked, Why are you cultivating the Tao? Lin Feng said, I have responsibilities. I have my family's revenge. I need to find my kidnapped family members and rescue my mother. The Tao revolves around the self. This is your Tao, and cultivators call it the Tao self. Once a cultivator creates the Tao self, all of their cultivation revolves around the Tao self. The reason you haven't been able to create your own Tao is because you're not cultivating for yourself, but for others. but if you're cultivating for yourself and abandon your family, friends, and loved ones, then so what if you're invincible? In the end, you'll still be alone. Lin Feng said. Yu Butian smiled. That's the difference between the Tao self and the Tao self. You're cultivating because you have too many responsibilities. That's why you can't form your own Tao. Now, what you need to do is to distinguish the Tao self from the Tao self. Lin Feng mulled over Yu Butian's words. Yu Butian continued. Between the heavens and the earth, all living things have different experiences. That's what I means. I represent all the living things in the universe. And of course, I also represent you. The Tao is the great Tao of the heavens and the earth. The Tao, I is the Tao you must walk. As for the Tao self, that's what you need to do. You have to form the Tao self and continue to strengthen your cultivation. Only then can you fulfill your Tao self. Lin Feng sat in place, lost in thought. He was trying to comprehend Yu Butian's words. Your Tao self is to find your family members, rescue your mother, and return to the East Province to avenge your family. This is the motivation for your cultivation, but it's not the Tao. The real Tao revolves around me. I understand now, said Lin Feng. Lin Feng's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He vaguely began to understand what the Tao self was. What was the Tao self's responsibility? Lin Feng closed his eyes. He carefully sensed the enlightenment in his heart. Tao, what kind of Tao should I form? Form the Tao self, walk your own Tao, and make yourself stronger and stronger. Who is the peak at the end of the God's path? Since I want to establish a Tao, I should establish the strongest Tao. I will stand at the top and look down on others. On the God's path, I am the sovereign. I will form the sovereign's Tao. Lin Feng's will grow stronger and stronger. His understanding of the Tao self was also becoming more and more thorough. In Lin Feng's Dantian, a mysterious path seemed to have appeared. In the endless darkness, that small path emitted a faint light. That was Lin Feng's Tao self. Following the path, no one knew where he would end up. Perhaps it was a cliff. Perhaps it was a great Tao. Following this great Tao, he would become a god, becoming a great emperor, the sovereign's Tao. Lin Feng muttered. He used the sovereign's Tao to condense his own divine ability. Any kind of Tao self could form its own divine ability, just like the Archean dragonesque elephant technique created by the Archean dragonesque elephant. In Lin Feng's Dantian, a faint shadow was about to condense. It seemed to be the shadow of a fist. When the shadow of the fist appeared, in Lin Feng's Dantian, the Archean dragonesque elephant shadow, the thunder god shadow, the five emperors shadow, the true dragon emperor shadow, they all had their own Tao, the sovereign's Tao. But now, these phantoms were surrounding the illusory fist. The shadow of the fist turned into Lin Feng's appearance. Lin Feng's shadow sat cross-legged, and the Archean dragonesque elephant shadow, the thunder god shadow, the five emperors shadow, the true dragon emperor shadow, and so on all surrounded Lin Feng's shadow. The Tao self, with me as the sovereign, all divine abilities would revolve around the Tao self, just like the scene that appeared in Lin Feng's Dantian. The Archean dragonesque elephant secret art evolved into the Archean dragonesque elephant shadow. The sky tyrant thunder secret art evolved into the thunder god shadow. The five emperors dragon fist evolved into the five emperors shadow, the true dragon emperor shadow. And these great existences were now revolving around the Tao self that Lin Feng had created. The sovereign's Tao. Lin Feng had finally created his own Tao. Only by establishing his own Tao would he have the possibility of peaking at the gods, or even the great emperors in the future. And now, Lin Feng finally had such qualifications. But in the future, whether Lin Feng could become a god or not, He might even become a supreme great emperor. It would depend on his future opportunities and fortune. Chapter 772. The inner court competition, which was held once every 3 years, was about to begin in 10 days. The registration for the inner court had already begun. There were tens of thousands of inner court disciples, but not all of them would participate in the inner court competition. According to past experience, there were close to 10,000 disciples participating in each competition. These disciples were the more outstanding ones in the inner court. Many wanted to amaze the world with a single feat during the inner court competition and attract the attention of the higher-ups. If they caught the eye of an important person and were accepted as a disciple, then they would have a meteoric rise. One after another, many disciples began to register. Tianzhong Dao did not return. It seemed that he did not plan to participate in the inner court competition. Time to register. The old drunkard came to Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. You want to participate too? Can your old arms and legs do it? The old drunkard immediately said gloomily, What are you talking about? I'm in the prime of my youth. Lin Feng quickly left the room. The old drunkard was definitely the shameless type when it came to boasting. The square in front of the inner disciple palace was filled with a sea of people. Inner disciples were everywhere. There were 10 registration points set up in the plaza. Swoosh! In the distance, a celestial light flew over. Within the celestial light was a woman wearing snow-white clothes and an otherworldly aura. She was like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. It's the Saintess Tianxian. Many disciples exclaimed. This is one of the top 10 beauties of the Blue Cloud sect, Tianxian. She really is beautiful, the old drunkard said with an intoxicated expression. Among the top 10 beauties, Tianxian's cultivation was the highest, so her status in the sect was also the most extraordinary. The other 9 beauties were far inferior to Tianxian. Perhaps those beauties did not lose to Tianxian in terms of beauty. However, in the world of cultivators, beauty was not the only thing that mattered. No matter how beautiful one was, if one's strength was not enough, one was just a flower vase. Tianxian was not only beautiful, but also terrifyingly strong. Thus, Tianxian was ranked first among the top 10 beauties of the Blue Cloud sect. She was beautiful. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens. One could only look at her from afar and not approach her to avoid profaning her otherworldly temperament. The Blue Cloud sect has a total of 7 holy sons and holy daughters. These holy sons and holy daughters are lofty existences. Why is Tianxian here today? Some disciples were puzzled. Saints and saintesses had the highest status among the disciples. Take another step forward. He was the vice sect leader. The vice sect masters of the Blue Cloud sect were all promoted from among the saints and saintesses. The vice sect master was going to inherit the throne in the future. Even if he couldn't become the sect leader of the Blue Cloud sect, it was also possible for him to become the peak master of the 12 peaks of Qingyun. Therefore, in the future, Tianxian was very likely to be a strong contender for the position of sect master of the Blue Cloud sect. Tianxian was naturally very powerful. It was said that she had already begun to comprehend the power of laws. Her realm had already left the yin-yang realm, but she had yet to enter the creation realm. He was only one step away. Then he could become an expert of the creation realm. Perhaps she's choosing some talented disciples for her celestial peak. After all, Tianxian is going to compete for the position of sect master in the future. She needs to nurture her own faction. The inner court tournament is a good opportunity for her to choose disciples. A disciple said, at that moment, a golden light flew over from afar. Within the golden light was a man in golden clothes. Saint Metal Elemental Tao. Many people exclaimed again. This person was also one of the 7 holy sons and saintesses. He had a noble status. Junior brother and junior sister, since you're rushing back to the sect, it seems like you're going to choose some outstanding disciples to fill the positions of Celestial Peak and Elemental Tao Peak during the Inner Court tournament. At that moment, a chuckle was heard. A man in green clothes walked over. Luo Shengtian. Many people exclaimed. Luo Shengtian was very powerful among the 7 holy sons and saintesses of the Blue Cloud sect. It was said that he could be ranked in the top 3. Moreover, he had a close relationship with the eldest senior brother, Huangfu Qingtian. As for Huangfu Qingtian, since he could become the eldest senior brother of the Blue Cloud sect, it was obvious how powerful he was. His cultivation base, Gong, Shun creation realm. It was rumored that he had reached the creation realm. Soon after, the sect was going to make Huangfu Qingtian the vice sect master. Once he became the vice sect master, his status would change. Tianxian, and Metal Elemental Tao glanced at Luo Shengtian. It was obvious that they didn't have a good relationship with Luo Shengtian. However, they were both holy sons and saintesses of the sect. On the surface, they were still polite to each other. It seems like senior brother Luo has the same plan. Tianxian squinted her beautiful red phoenix eyes and said, "This is an opportunity that we can't miss. Junior sister Tian, junior brother Metal, let's go meet the Grand Elder." Luo Shengtian said. These Yin-Yang Realm Core disciples were qualified to choose some disciples to take on various positions in their respective peaks. However, they had to file a record with the Grand Elder Guayan in advance. Tianxian and Metal Elemental Tao nodded. Then, the 3 of them entered the inner courts hall. Only then did the countless disciples withdraw their gazes. These 3 people have surpassed the Yin-Yang realm, but they haven't entered the creation realm. I wonder what will happen if I face them now. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. "Let's go and register," Old Drunkard said. Lin Feng came back to his senses and looked for a group with the Old Drunkard. After lining up for an hour, they filled in their information. Lin Feng and Old Drunkard left together. Humph! Suddenly a sneer was heard. More than a dozen cultivators blocked Lin Feng and Old Drunkard's path. Lin Feng frowned slightly. It was Lu Mengyan, Sun Zizhou, and the others. Lu Mengyan and Sun Zizhou looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression. "The nether demon shark's origin has improved your cultivation by a lot, right?" Lu Mengyan sneered. Lin Feng's cultivation had improved greatly. He had cultivated an aura concealment technique, concealing his true cultivation base. Ordinary people would find it difficult to detect Lin Feng's cultivation. This technique was very common in the world of cultivators. Many people liked to cultivate this technique to hide their true cultivation realm. However, although she couldn't sense Lin Feng's cultivation realm, Lu Mengyan could sense that Lin Feng was much stronger than before. Lin Feng nodded and said, "It's indeed quite useful." Lu Mengyan and Sun Zizhou's expressions turned ugly when they heard Lin Feng's affirmative answer. Sun Zizhou said with a fake smile, "It seems that you're very confident in this grand competition. However, there will be many experts in the grand competition. Junior brother Lin, you should be more careful." Ever since Lin Feng had refused to become Huangfu Qingtian's sacrificial soldier, Sun Zizhou had been hostile towards Lin Feng. Back then, when he tricked Lin Feng into handing over the source of the nether demon shark and the others to protect Lin Feng's safety, Lin Feng knew that this person not only wanted to obtain the source of the nether demon shark, but also wanted to kill him to obtain the rest of the treasures. However, Lin Feng did not fall for it. In the end, he relied on Sikong Jiayue's ancestral treasure, the divine shield, to block the attacks of hundreds of cultivators. He left with Sikong Jiayue. At this time, Sun Zizhou viewed Lin Feng as a character that must be eliminated. Senior brother Sun, you should worry about yourself. Lin Feng replied indifferently. Sun Zizhou laughed sinisterly and did not say anything else. Instead, he looked at Lin Feng meaningfully. Let's go. Lu Mengyan also looked deeply at Lin Feng before leaving with Sun Zizhou and the others. The old drunkard said, "Isn't that woman the manager of the Green Sky Peak? The Green Sky Peak has a lot of power. They might tamper with the lots during the grand competition. You have to be careful. They're just a bunch of clowns." Lin Feng curled his lips and left with the old drunkard without stopping. Dong, dong, dong. 10 days later, 3 bells rang out. Countless people rushed towards the Inner Disciples Mountain Plaza. This was because the Inner Court Grand Competition was held once every 3 years. Chapter 773. Open the Void Arena. Grand Elder Guoyan's voice echoed in the square. Rumble, a loud explosion, shook the sky. Huge arenas soared into the sky and floated in the air. These were the void arenas formed by a large array. There were more than 100 of these arenas. Grand Elder Guoyan, many other Grand Elders, and more than a dozen Yinyang Realm Core disciples arrived. They all came to the Void Arena. The most eye-catching core disciples were Sacred Sun Metal Elemental Tao, Luo Xingtian, and Sacred Daughter Tianxian. Other than them, there were also Li Jianshao, Han Yasi, and the others. They were also here to watch the competition. Perhaps they wanted to pick some talented disciples after the competition to enter their own mountains and nurture their own forces. The competition will be conducted in the first round. If you advance to the second round, you'll get 1 point. If you advance to the third round, you'll get 2 points. If you advance to the fourth round, you'll get 4 points. Every time you advance, you'll get double the points. If you enter the top 100, you'll get Supreme Grade Spirit Stones as a reward. If you enter the top 10, you'll get even better rewards. The first place reward includes 6 months of cultivation in the small world, 30,000 spirit stones, 1 Yinyang nature pill, 1 spirit cleansing pill, 1 soul cleansing pill, and 2 primordial divine powers of your choice. As for the other rewards, you can take out your identity token to check. You've already received your information. Many disciples hurriedly checked their identity tokens. Voices of discussion could be heard everywhere in the square. The first place reward is much better than the rumors. Lin Feng was shocked. Why is the first place reward so good this time? There are 20,000 more supreme grade spirit stones, 1 spirit cleansing pill, 1 soul cleansing pill, and 2 primordial divine powers. Many disciples were confused. Supreme grade spirit stones were extremely rare. They were extremely precious. The first place reward was 30,000 supreme grade spirit stones. This was a huge sum of money. Other than the supreme grade spirit stones, the most precious items were the spirit cleansing pill and soul cleansing pill. These 2 pills were both heaven grade pills. Their recipes were lost. They were much more valuable than the Yinyang nature pill. The spirit cleansing pill could cleanse magic power. It could cleanse the impurities in magic power. It could make magic power purer. The soul cleansing pill cleansed the soul, washing out the impurities in the soul. These 2 types of pills were too precious. They cleansed a cultivator's magic power and soul, which was equivalent to directly increasing the user's talent. I heard that Lu Mengyan has already been chosen as the champion, which is why the rewards are so generous. A disciple whispered, "What? There's such a thing?" Many people were shocked. Of course. How capable is eldest senior brother Huangfu Qingtian? Lu Mengyan is going to participate too. She's Huangfu Qingtian's favorite. It's said that she'll become Huangfu Qingtian's woman in the future. It's not unbelievable that Huangfu Qingtian decided to take first place. Many disciples were discussing in low voices. Lin Feng also heard the discussions of the surrounding disciples. He couldn't help but frown. Previously, he was still puzzled. Why were the rewards this year so generous? It turned out to be because of Huangfu Qingtian. It seemed that these disciples were right. Huangfu Qingtian could cover the sky with one hand. Let the first round begin. Grand Elder Gua Yin said in a deep voice. Next, the restriction on the arena was activated. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ray of light shot out and enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng's body rose into the air. In the next moment, he landed on an arena. Except for Lin Feng, there was another disciple who landed on the arena. This disciple was an 8th-level Martial King. Whoosh! That disciple landed on the ground. His body looked like a gigantic dragon as he moved towards Lin Feng. See, dragon goes to sea. The disciple roared and pounced toward Lin Feng. Good timing. Lin Feng roared and struck with his palm. With the goshawk captures the dragon, his right hand grabbed the attacking disciple like an eagle's claw. Crack! The disciple's wrist was grabbed by Lin Feng, and he could no longer struggle. I lost, the disciple said helplessly. Thank you. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Next, groups of disciples went on the arena. Qin Yao, the old drunkard, Shi Weizhu, Wang Hu, and the others went on the arena one after another and advanced easily. In an arena, Sun Zizhou sent the disciple who was fighting with him flying with a palm. Crack, crack! The disciple had a few broken bones. Sun Zizhou came in front of the disciple and kicked him. Crack, crack! Another 4 or 5 bones were broken. The disciple was kicked out of the arena. What a ruthless method! Many people gasped in shock. The inter-sect grand competition stopped after a certain point, but there was no rule that said not to be heavy-handed. Therefore, there was no lack of disciples who were ruthless. These people often came from extraordinary backgrounds, so they had no scruples when they attacked. Sun Zizhou was a disciple of the Green Sky Peak. He was the disciple of Huangfu Qingtian. Sun Zizhou naturally had no scruples. In another arena, a disciple named Zhang Hai beat the disciple who was fighting with him until he vomited blood. The disciple fell to the ground and twitched. In many arenas, one battle after another took place. Next, Lin Feng was singing a song of triumph. He defeated one opponent after another. At the Green Sky Peak, Lu Mengyan was surrounded and protected by a group of disciples. Her cold gaze swept towards Lin Feng, who had just defeated his opponent, and came down from the arena. This kid has already made it to the top 400. It seems that it's very likely that he will enter the top 100. Sun Zizhou's eyes flashed coldly. His killing intent towards Lin Feng was very strong, and he did not hide it at all. Zhang Hai said, I'm willing to share your worries. Sun Zizhou smiled and said, with Junior Zhang's strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with that kid. Don't be careless. Lin Feng displayed extraordinary battle strength in the overseas world. I'm afraid that he has a powerful treasure on him. Lu Mengyan said. She took out a jade talisman and handed it to Zhang Hai, saying, this is the Heaven and Earth Origin Jade Talisman. After activating it, your battle strength will greatly increase for a short period of time. Just in case, Senior Zhang, take this jade talisman. Thank you, Junior Lu. Zhang Hai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly accepted the jade talisman. This jade talisman was personally refined by Huangfu Qingtian and Lu Mengyan had given it to him. Obviously, it was a gift to him. Lu Mengyan looked at Sun Zizhou and said, "Senior Sun, go and meet Elder Lu Mingsong. In the next round, ask Elder Lu Mingsong to put Senior Zhang Hai and Lin Feng together." "Okay, I'll go now." Chapter 774. The competition for the top 200 will begin in 10 minutes. Disciples who are going to participate in the competition, get ready. Grand Elder Guo Yin shouted in a deep voice. The void arenas disappeared one by one. In the end, there were only 11 void arenas left. Apart from the main arena, there were a total of 10 void arenas for the competition. Next, the 10 void arenas would become the focus of everyone's attention. The elimination competition for the top 200 from the top 400 officially begins. Grand Elder Guo Yin shouted in a deep voice. Whoosh, whoosh. Beams of light flew out and swept the disciples into the arenas. The old drunkard and Wang Hu both landed on the arenas. A great battle ensued. The old drunkard won by a hair's breadth. Wang Hu, on the other hand, was defeated. The old drunkard advanced. Wang Hu was eliminated. However, Wang Hu was very satisfied with being able to enter the top 400. Although he lost, he didn't look upset. The group battles began. Soon, Qin Yao and Shi Weizhu also went on stage. Their battle attracted everyone's attention. Qin Yao was one of the top 10 beauties in the inner courtyard. She was a goddess in the inner courtyard. Therefore, it was normal for her to attract a lot of attention. Shi Weizhu's beauty wasn't any worse than Qin Yao's. Shi Weizhu was also a top-grade beauty. In addition, Lin Feng had already taken Shi Weizhu's virginity. Compared to Qin Yao, Shi Weizhu was a little more charming. There were 10 battles in each group. 2 top-grade beauties appeared. Many disciples were excited to talk about them. Qin Yao, my goddess. Many people pursue Qin Yao, but no one has ever succeeded. If I can get Qin Yao, it'll be worth it even if I die. Forget it. Qin Yao is a genius. If you're not a core disciple in the Yin Yang realm, you won't be able to enter her eyes. If you want to pursue Qin Yao, you'll have to at least reach the Yin Yang realm first. What's that female disciple's name? Skin of ice and jade, a celestial beauty, a peerless face, and a charming charm. When did such a peerless beauty appear in the inner court? I think she's called Shi Weizhu. She joined the inner courtyard 2 years ago. She's always kept a low profile, so she's not very famous in the inner courtyard. However, it's said that she's very strong. Now that she's ranked in the top 400, she's naturally powerful. She should be able to rank among the top 10 beauties of the inner court, right? If there's a new ranking of beauties, I think Shi Weizhu should be in the top 10. Many disciples looked at Qin Yao and Shi Weizhu with burning gazes. As for the duels in the other 8 arenas, they were all ignored by these disciples. Even the upper echelons of the sect, the core disciples of the Yin Yang realm, the 3 holy sons, and the holy daughters on the main arena couldn't do anything. Their gazes also landed on the stage where Qin Yao and Shi Weizhu were. He liked to look at beautiful people. This was human nature. Qin Yao and Shi Weizhu were both first-rate beauties. Naturally, it would attract the attention of countless people. Shi Weizhu isn't bad. Luo Shengtian narrowed his eyes as he stared at Shi Weizhu's alluring figure. A look of lust flashed across his eyes. The other core disciples frowned slightly. These core disciples also took a fancy to Shi Weizhu. But now that Luo Shengtian had taken a liking to Shi Weizhu, they naturally didn't have the guts to compete with Luo Shengtian. Any woman that Luo Shengtian took a fancy to would be his in the end. It's a pity that this beauty is going to become Luo Shengtian's woman. The core disciples shook their heads slightly. 2 duels. Qin Yao defeated her opponent rather easily. Shi Weizhu had a hard battle before she defeated her opponent. After this round of duels, the next round of 10 duels began. It seems that your cultivation has improved a lot during this time. Lin Feng smiled at Shi Weizhu. Lin Feng hadn't been in the sect for a long time. After he came back, he practiced the 5 Emperor Dragon Fists. Therefore, he didn't know much about Shi Weizhu's current situation. Shi Weizhu couldn't help but snort, as if she was unhappy that Lin Feng had neglected her. "I'll come find you tonight," Lin Feng said in a low voice. Shi Weizhu's pretty face immediately turned red. She naturally knew why Lin Feng wanted to come. She thought of the past when she had sex with Lin Feng. She had been tortured by Lin Feng, but she felt as if she had flown up into the clouds again and again. Shi Weizhu only felt her legs go soft. "Who is that boy?" In the main arena, Luo Shengtian looked coldly at Lin Feng. He was determined to get Shi Weizhu. Therefore, he saw Lin Feng and Shi Weizhu talking with their heads lowered. Shi Weizhu blushed shyly and couldn't help but feel jealous. Han Yasi said, "That disciple is called Lin Feng, and he's a new genius in the inner courtyard. He's not simple, and I've seen him in the ruins of God." "He's just an inner courtyard disciple," Luo Shengtian said disdainfully. He was about to break through to the creation realm. Therefore, he naturally didn't take Lin Feng seriously. In his eyes, Lin Feng was just a nobody. It seems like Shi Weizhu has a close relationship with that disciple called Lin Feng. Brother Luo's plan to get Shi Weizhu to join the Holy Sky Peak will have to be shelved, Metal Elemental Dao said. Metal Elemental Dao said plainly. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Metal Elemental Dao and Luo Shengtian had joined the inner courtyard at the same time, so they had always been fighting. Naturally, their relationship wasn't harmonious. I, Luo Shengtian, have never failed in anything I set my mind to. Luo Shengtian sneered. Tianxian said, "A disciple has the right to choose whether to join a core disciple, a holy son, or a holy maiden. If they refuse, you can't force them." Luo Shengtian sneered and said, "I have my ways to make sure Weizhu obediently come to my holy sky peak. Just watch." Tianxian, Metal Elemental Dao, and the others didn't say anything. Luo Shengtian kept looking at Lin Feng and Shi Weizhu. His eyes flickered with a cold light. The competition for the top 200 from the top 400 was carried out one by one. A new group began. Whoosh! A ray of light swept over and wrapped around Lin Feng. "It's my turn." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. In the next moment, he had already landed on the arena. Zhang Hai landed on the arena at the same time. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw Zhang Hai. He had paid attention to this person before. He had comprehended a spirit. Therefore, Zhang Hai was very powerful. Although he hadn't broken through to the yin-yang realm, ordinary cultivators at the first or second level of the yin-yang realm wouldn't be his match. Furthermore, that man was extremely vicious and merciless in his attacks. All of the people that had fought against him had been seriously injured. "Brother Zhang, Hai has comprehended a spirit. Now that you have the Heaven and Earth Origin Jade Talisman, that brat is definitely not Brother Zhang Hai's match. I've already told Brother Zhang Hai to find a chance to cripple Lin Feng when the time comes." "Son," Zizhou said sinisterly. Lu Mengyan smiled and said, "Then let's wait and watch the show." Sun Zizhou nodded. Their gazes were fixed on the arena. Chapter 775. On the battle stage, Lin Feng and Zhang Hai were separated by a dozen meters. They saw that it was a battle between Lin Feng and Zhang Hai. Many people were astonished. Lin Feng was a rising genius in the inner courtyard of the Blue Cloud sect. Zhang Hai was a strong cultivator in the inner courtyard and a disciple of the Blue Sky Peak. It was said that in the ruins of gods, Zhang Hai had comprehended a spirit. Once a cultivator comprehended a spirit, their cultivation would rise to an astonishing level. Therefore, this battle attracted a lot of attention. I heard that Lin Feng isn't simple. They went to the ancient man mining area to train and encountered a group of demons. Lin Feng even killed an earth demon of the yin-yang layer. He's that strong? That was a year ago, wasn't it? He was able to kill an earth demon of the yin-yang layer back then. How strong is he now? Don't listen to the rumors. He only killed a flying Azura. He wasn't an earth demon of the yin-yang layer. But Lin Feng fought against Yu Buiyun of the yin-yang layer in the northern wasteland city and didn't lose. Isn't that a rumor? I've heard about that too, but Yu Buiyun is just an ordinary yin-yang layer cultivator. He hasn't comprehended a spirit. Many martial kings who have comprehended a spirit can defeat Yu Buiyun. Lin Feng withstood a few of Yu Buiyun's attacks. I think Zhang Hai is terrifying. If the rumors are true and Zhang Hai has comprehended a spirit, then Lin Feng will definitely lose. That rumor is probably true. A few days ago, Zhang Hai went to the main peak of the Blue Cloud sect to see the higher-ups of the Blue Cloud sect. They probably wanted to ask him about comprehending a spirit. What? Is that true? If that's the case, then it seems that Zhang Hai really has comprehended a spirit. Doesn't that mean that Lin Feng will definitely lose? Many people started talking about it. When they heard that Zhang Hai had comprehended a spirit, the cultivators who thought that Lin Feng would win all gave up on Lin Feng, a cultivator who had comprehended a spirit. He was too strong. Boom. In the arena, Zhang Hai had already made his move. He stepped forward, and with every step he took, the aura in his body grew stronger. Berserk God-splitting fist. Zhang Hai bellowed. He was indescribably arrogant. The aura in his body was violent and crazy, as if it could destroy everything. That violent aura made many people's expressions change. Even the higher-ups in the main arena looked over. What a powerful berserk chi. Zhang Hai's talent is not bad. He's already mastered the berserk God-splitting fist. One of the sect elders nodded in admiration. Rumor has it that Zhang Hai has comprehended spirit. Is that true? Another elder said. Everyone turned to look at Great Elder Guoyen. As one of the 36 Grand Elders of the sect, Grand Elder Guoyen obviously knew more inside information than ordinary elders like them. That's right, he comprehended spirit. Grand Elder Guoyen nodded. Hiss, a series of gasps could be heard. Many of the elders in the main arena looked at Zhang Hai with envy. Even though they were in the yin-yang realm, they had not comprehended spirit. Zhang Hai, on the other hand, was a martial king, yet he had comprehended spirit. His talent was really amazing, said an elder. If that's the case, doesn't that mean there's no suspense in this battle? Another elder nodded and said, that's right. Lin Feng's defeat is obvious. Now, we have to pay attention to how many moves Lin Feng can take from Zhang Hai. Grand Elder Guoyen frowned slightly. He was more familiar with Lin Feng. Even he was familiar with Zhang Hai. He felt that he could not see through Lin Feng. Therefore, even though he knew that Zhang Hai had comprehended spirit, Grand Elder Guoyen still felt that Lin Feng had a higher chance of defeating Zhang Hai in this battle. Even though this thought was somewhat unrealistic, at that moment, Zhang Hai was already in front of Lin Feng. Zhang Hai's attack was ruthless, directly attacking Lin Feng's Dantian. The Dantian was a cultivator's Achilles heel. It was also a cultivator's weakest point. Once the Dantian was broken, then this person would be crippled. When everyone saw that Zhang Hai was attacking Lin Feng's Dantian, many people's expressions suddenly changed. Does Zhang Hai have a grudge against Lin Feng? Why is he attacking Lin Feng's Dantian? He wants to cripple Lin Feng? I've never heard of any grudges between them. Many disciples were puzzled. Qin Yao, Shi Weizhu, and the others' expressions suddenly changed. They looked at Lin Feng worriedly. They had also heard that Zhang Hai had comprehended spirit. Naturally, they were worried that Lin Feng would suffer a great loss at Zhang Hai's hands. The old drunkard looked at the battle in the arena with a calm expression, as if he was not worried at all. This Zhang Hai wants to cripple Lin Feng? Immediately, an elder's face darkened and said, "How can you be so heavy-handed in the sect's great competition? This duel must be stopped." At this time, Lu Mingtsang said with a fake smile, "Elder Wang, the sect's great competition did not say that you can't be heavy-handed. Cultivators should be courageous and fearless. In a duel between cultivators, there are all kinds of dangers. If you are afraid, you should withdraw early. Why participate? Since you are participating in the great competition, you have to be prepared. Even if there are accidents, it is fate. We cannot interfere with things that are destined." Lu Mingtsang was the nephew of the fifth elder of the Qingyang sect, Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan had once told Lu Mingtsang to find an opportunity to get rid of Lin Feng. However, Lu Mingtsang had been waiting for an opportunity. If Zhang Hai could help him cripple Lin Feng today, that would be the best. As an elder of the Blue Cloud sect, wasn't it easy for him to deal with a cripple? Nonsense. Elder Wang coldly retorted, "Even if I'm talking nonsense, it's too late now." Lu Mingtsang sneered, because at this moment, Zhang Hai's attack was about to hit Lin Feng's body. Elder Wang's face suddenly became gloomy. "You want to cripple me?" Lin Feng's eyes darkened slightly. He did not know this Zhang Hai, but Zhang Hai wanted to cripple him. Lin Feng thought of Lu Mengyan and Sun Zizhou on the Qingtian Peak. "You're courting death." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He stepped forward and slashed out with a sword chi. The sword chi instantly tore through Zhang Hai's protective aura. Zhang Hai's face changed greatly. He did not expect Lin Feng's attack to be so powerful. "Vajra spirit!" Zhang Hai coldly shouted. He summoned his spirit. Once Zhang Hai's Vajra spirit was used, it could form the most powerful Vajra body. Buddhism had Vajra protectors. Vajra protectors had infinite strength, astonishing defense, and invulnerable. After Zhang Hai used the Vajra spirit, his body instantly turned golden, and his entire body swelled 3 or 4 times. Under the effect of the Vajra spirit, Zhang Hai's body turned into a Buddhist Vajra protector. Invulnerable. Invulnerable. Furthermore, his strength had increased by 1-fold. Oh my God, what a powerful spirit. It actually transformed itself into a Buddhist Vajra protector. Now, Zhang Hai is invulnerable, and weapons can't hurt him. This is too terrifying. With just this move, he is invincible. Lin Feng is probably going to be crushed by Zhang Hai. Many cultivators cried out in shock when they saw Zhang Hai use the Vajra spirit to transform his body into a Buddhist Vajra protector. Zhang Hai was even more proud. "Kid, you want to hurt me with a mere sword chi? You're overestimating yourself." But just as Zhang Hai finished speaking, Lin Feng's sword chi instantly tore Zhang Hai's body apart. Puff! The sword chi pierced through Zhang Hai's dantian. Zhang Hai's entire body was sent flying. With a plop, Zhang Hai fell to the ground. His dantian was crippled, and his true chi dissipated. "You crippled me." Zhang Hai roared in disbelief. He couldn't accept it. He spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground. Unconscious, Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back. His white robe fluttered in the wind. His eyes were like stars. He glanced at Zhang Hai coldly, and then rushed down the arena. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in shock. He crippled Zhang Hai, who had comprehended the spirit. His cultivation was too strong, wasn't it? Lin Feng descended from the sky. His white robe was as white as snow, and his temperament was ethereal, like a god descending to the mortal world. At this moment, many male disciples were shocked.